Hello and welcome to World News Tonight. I'm Maciej Mikos.
And I'm Marie Cato. Let's take a look at the headlines.
London is hosting a conference dedicated to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine.
Belarus has started building fortifications near the Polish border.
And the missing tourist submersible has only about 20 hours of oxygen left. Ukraine's military reported on Wednesday that it had made some partial gains in its counteroffensive in the south of the country, but that fighting was intense.
Meanwhile, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has downplayed the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Good evening, Konrad. Could you give us some more details about the situation?
Hello, Marie, and hello, Maciej. Pleasure to see you guys. Well, the update on the situation, of course, things are very difficult. I mean, as I mentioned many times before, the Russians left so many landmines. It's becoming very, very difficult for the Ukrainians to push forward until they demine those areas. So, a lot of experts, of course, they're saying, oh, the Ukrainian counteroffensive is failing and the Ukrainians no longer have any chance, all this pessimism. But really, it's just going to take a little bit more time while they demine everything. It really is, it's an absolute disaster. And speaking of the counteroffensive, here's what Mr. Zelensky had to say about that.
Not everything is easy. There are certain difficulties because, first of all, our land is mined. We would definitely like to make bigger steps. These are a bit smaller than we want. But nevertheless, those who fight shall win, and to those who knock, the door shall be opened. That's why, by all means, we have confidence in the success of the counteroffensive actions. No counteroffensive operation can be easy. It's not easy, first of all, for those currently on the front line. Last autumn we took counteroffensive actions too, and it seemed like the process was way too slow. But then the moment came when everybody saw how quickly we began to advance. The same thing will happen here.
Konrad, the European Union has agreed on a new sanctions package targeting Russia. But what does this latest round of restrictions contain exactly?
That's right. This is the 11th package of sanctions. This one actually took the longest to negotiate, mainly because of Hungary and Greece, who are complaining that some of their companies were included on the sanctions list. Now, there isn't that much new in this package. Mostly, it's new rules that serve to limit the amount of companies and countries that could skirt the existing sanctions. Another thing unfortunate for both Poland and Germany is now the exceptions that they had for importing Russian oil through the Druzhba pipeline. Those are over. So Germany and Poland have to find other sources of oil. And now this is making Poland a little bit angry as well because they agreed to these. They agreed to those in the 10th sanctions. They agreed on certain conditions. Only 2 of those were met. Unfortunately, the main ones that Poland wanted was a ban on the import of Russian diamonds. They also spoke about sanctions on Belarus. Now, unfortunately, these were not introduced. And also they wanted sanctions on nuclear energy companies, Russian nuclear energy companies. This did not happen. So there's still a lot left to be done. I'm sure they're going to keep negotiating, and we're looking forward to the 12th package of sanctions. Now, another additional thing, on a positive note, at least, Ukraine has officially completed the process of joining the Council of Europe Development Bank, the CEB. They are now the 43rd member of the bank. And Ukraine's finance minister, Serhiy Marchenko, says that this is another big step forward on the road to Ukraine's integration with the European Union. So some very positive news to end there.
Right, a big step indeed. That was Konrad Gorliński reporting from Ukraine. Thank you very much, Konrad, and of course, stay safe.
Ukraine's much-anticipated counteroffensive may have had a slow beginning, but the nation is already strategizing for its post-war future and seeking assistance from private investors.
The Ukraine Recovery Conference held in London witnessed the European Union, the United States and over 400 international companies commit their support and billions of dollars to rebuild the economy ravaged by the conflict.
In London, delegates from over 60 countries pledged several $billion in non-military aid to rebuild Ukraine's war-ravaged infrastructure, fight corruption and help pave the country's road to membership in the European Union. The United States will send $1.3 billion more in aid to Ukraine to help the conflict-hit country overhaul its energy grid and modernize its ports, railways and other infrastructure.
Recovery is about laying the foundation for Ukraine to thrive as a secure, independent country, fully integrated with Europe, connected to markets around the world.
The European Union will provide Ukraine with a financial aid package of 50 billion euros. Funds from EU members will mainly come in free grants and loans, which will be distributed to Ukraine over the next 4 years.
Until 2027, Ukraine's remaining fiscal gap is about 60 billion euros. The needs for fast recovery on top are about 50 billion euros. That makes in total 110 billion euros until 2027 that are not covered.
The conference also had a political dimension, illustrating sustained international support for Ukraine, which is expected to continue at the NATO summit in Vilnius this July.
Poland will create a dedicated program of rebuilding Ukraine. The trade insurance to Ukraine will be provided also to foreign companies operating in Poland.
The World Bank has estimated that the cost of rebuilding the country 1 year from the start of the war amounted to more than $400 billion, a huge figure that is set to increase as the conflict continues.
The regime in Minsk has commenced construction work on fortifications near the Polish border and rehearsing alert and mobilization procedures.
All the while, repressions against dissent continue in Belarus unabated.
Just 28 kilometers from NATO member Poland, Belarus is building what appears to be anti-tank fortifications. The installation looks like a part of larger defensive structures. The regime in Minsk has also begun a 10-day mobilization exercise designed to put the readiness of the Belarusian military to the test.
Alexander Lukashenko is trying to show that he has an army and he may also, he has some blackmailing power, threatening power regarding Ukraine. In the other hand, the Belarusian army has not taken part in the invasion actively because it's small, it's poor, and it's not well trained.
Nevertheless, efforts like these prompt Belarus neighbors to look at Minsk with suspicion and call for tougher sanctions against the regime.
Belarus demands our special attention. The regime there has entangled itself in a spiral of dependence on Russia and is now being consumed by it.
As it tries to scare its populace with the alleged threat of Poland, the US and NATO, the regime in Minsk continues clamping down on dissent. A court in Minsk has jailed 18 opposition figures for alleged treason, extremism and terrorism. The dissidents will serve a combined 238.5 years behind bars.
And to learn more about the issue, stay with us after the news for our interview with Anatol Kotov from the Temporary Council of the Forum of Democratic Forces of Belarus.
Central Europe is facing a range of strategic and military challenges.
Chiefs of staff of the Visegrad Group countries have met in Slovakia to discuss these issues and work out the best possible solutions.
In Bratislava, the chiefs of staff of the 4 Visegrad Group members have discussed the alliance's previous year under a Slovak presidency. The summit attendees also included the Ukrainian military attaché as well as the chair of NATO's military committee.
The V4 countries share a common goal to promote a strong and effective NATO. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Russia's pattern of increasingly aggressive behavior has ushered in a new era of collective defense for the alliance. We are in the middle of an unparalleled integration of NATO and national military planning.
At the meeting, the Visegrad partners also discussed their cooperation with NATO, the consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, as well as their support for Kyiv.
You're watching World News Tonight. Coming up next, another bloody exchange between Israel and Palestine.
And the French police raided the offices of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Polish prosecutors have traveled to Greece to assist with the investigation into the murder of a 27-year-old Polish woman on the island of Kos.
Today, the 32-year-old Bangladeshi national, that is the main suspect in the murder, is expected to be charged with the woman's murder. And the Polish officials have offered to try the man in Poland.
A few days ago, Poland held its collective breath waiting for news about Anastasia, a young Polish woman working in Greece that went missing the week before. The tragic news of her murder left two countries in shock. The Polish Minister of Justice has announced that Poland intends to participate in the investigation and that two prosecutors have already arrived in Greece to assist with the case.
We've taken steps to ensure that Polish prosecutors review evidence and investigation details to aid their Greek colleagues.
The search for Anastasia, who flew to the Greek island of Kos for work, went on for a week. Her body was finally found last Sunday. A preliminary autopsy revealed that the woman was raped and tortured. The main suspect, 32-year-old Bangladeshi national Salahuddin S., has pleaded not guilty to the murder, but he later changed his testimony twice. The police are waiting for the results of the histopathological and toxicological examinations, which will help corroborate the identity of the murderer. The tragic death of Anastasia sparked fear among other young women working on the island.
Of course I'm scared, because I'm also not from here, and I also came here to work.
You should just be aware that bad things are happening and just be careful for your safety.
Currently, 10 people are considered missing on the island of Kos, which has a population of just over 30,000. But while the island of Kos is considered to be safe, Anastasia's murder might spell the end of that peaceful image.
At least 4 people have been killed and 4 more wounded after 2 Palestinian gunmen opened fire on Israelis near the settlement of Eli in the West Bank.
The attack was the deadliest one to be carried out against Israelis since January of this year.
17-year-old Nachman Shmuel Mordov is one of those killed in the latest attack. Hundreds of people gathered for his funeral. Mordov and 3 others were killed by 2 gunmen who had attacked a roadside restaurant and a gas station from their car. One of the gunmen was killed at the scene, while the other was tracked down and killed by the Israel Defense Forces. The Palestinian militant group Hamas has claimed the gunmen as their own, praising the attack.
Hamas blesses the heroic operation carried out by the Qassam member Mohanad Shahada in response to crimes conducted by the occupation, the last of which was the massacre in Jenin.
While the Israelis in the Eli settlement are in mourning, Israel's government has pledged to respond in a way it believes will be adequate. It has already announced the construction of an additional 1,000 homes in Eli.
We have already proven in the last months that we will settle the score with all the murderers, without exception. Everyone who hurt us is either in the grave or in prison, so it will be here as well.
The situation in the West Bank has severely deteriorated in recent months. Israel is continuing to expand its settlements in the area, despite opposition from key allies like the United States. These settlements have now become sites of even more violence between Palestinians and Israelis. Here, death begets death begets death, with no signs of peace being achievable in this land, which the two groups share.
At least 41 people are dead after a gang in a women's prison in Honduras slaughtered a rival group, settling many of the victims on fire.
The riot was the deadliest in a women's penal facility in the country since 2017.
Smoke marring the blue, the most common sign of gang violence in Honduras. What makes this case special, however, is its location. The women's prison in the town of Tamara was the site of what could only be described as a massacre. Members of the Barrio 18 gang burned, shot and stabbed to death dozens of women from a rival group. The massacre followed weeks of complaints from the victims about the threats from the perpetrators. Confusion and panic have followed in the wake of the slaughter. The families of the victims still do not know who survived the massacre.
We're waiting here. We don't know what happened inside. We don't know anything. From my side, I don't know whether my cousin is alive or my sister.
The timing of the riot may not be a coincidence. It broke out as the Honduran authorities pledged to crack down on gang violence that has been plaguing the country.
This is what they are looking for today, to cause fear and failure on the authorities' side, but we will not give in.
An investigation into the riot is still ongoing. It remains unknown how exactly the perpetrators gained access to weapons or the adjoining cell block where the victims were housed. Much work still lies ahead of Honduras if it wants to solve its gang violence problem. Work which will most likely affect regular people the most.
The search for the commercial submersible that went missing on Sunday continues. While rescuers are racing against time, the chances of rescuing the crew are fading.
According to the U.S. Coast Guard commander leading the search, the crew may have around 20 hours of oxygen left.
While the rescue efforts are well underway, the mission is extremely challenging.
The surface search is now approximately 2 times the size of Connecticut, and the subsurface search is up to 2.5 miles deep, exponentially expanding the size of the search area. We also have to factor in the ever-changing weather conditions, currents, and sea states that expand the search area every hour.
The U.S. Coast Guard has discovered a repetitive noise coming from the depths of the sea, possibly made by the missing submersible.
This type of noise, when someone knocks on a metal structure, will be heard in the water and quite far away, thank God.
But despite the acoustic lead, the rescue operation is particularly hard. Jules Jaffe, a member of the original expedition which discovered the Titanic wreck in 1985, is not optimistic about the success of the search.
The opportunities for finding them in a mangled wreck within the next 36 hours, I think, are practically impossible.
The chances of survival are fading with every passing hour, but rescuers are working around the clock to help the passengers trapped in the depths of the
I
Atlantic.
heated up my coffee.
2 portraits of an elderly couple authored by the Dutch master Rembrandt have been rediscovered after nearly 200 years.
The paintings, completed in
Hey yo, how's
1635, have
life?
been sitting quietly in an art collection owned by a British family.
They were finally recognized only this month by the deputy chairman of Old Master Paintings at Christie's auction house, where the pictures will go on auction later this summer.
What?
Christie's was also responsible for the auction, where the 2 portraits were spotted last. After the
Wait,
sale,
he
which took
saw
place in
the-
1824, the pictures disappeared from public view. Until
Oh.
now, 2 small paintings portray an elderly couple, a wealthy plumber and his wife. After an extensive investigation, the pictures were confirmed as authentic Rembrandt
How do you confirm that?
and are now set to go on auction at Christie's again later this summer.
How do
The
you
work of the
confirm?
17th century master artist is adored by art enthusiasts around the world. Some have proven devoted enough to etch their favorite Rembrandt paintings onto their skin.
Owner Rembrandt is
Rich people, blah blah blah, fancy painting, blah blah
you
blah.
have a lot of money for
First the rich people on a
Purchase the recently
submarine, now
rediscovered
rich people
paintings of
buying
the Dutch
paintings.
master.
What's next?
Interested
What's
buyers
next?
will have to cough up anywhere between 5 and 8
The
million
rich person
pounds.
on coin.
The headquarters of both the Paris 2024 Olympics organizers and the main infrastructure provider Solideo were raided by police on Tuesday.
I
The
mean,
bus was part of the investigation
rich people
regarding the
have
alleged embezzlement of
taken
public
over the
funds and
industry of
favoritism.
fancy
The
paintings.
International Olympic
Rembrandt
Committee said
right
that
now
they are
is
doing
only
everything in their
enjoyed
power to answer all
in its
questions posed
authenticity
by the
by
police.
rich people who have bought it.
When it comes
No one
to
else can go and
raids,
watch.
The French police do not play around.
Why are you allowed to participate in an auction to
Demanding
buy
answers,
Rembrandt?
the cops entered the building, examining hundreds of Olympic Organizing Committee contracts.
There is an activity that has been, an action that has been launched this morning. Paris is fully collaborating.
The French anti-corruption agency suspects that the Olympic organizers have been pocketing public funds and striking unfair deals with companies such as Solideo, contracted to prepare the 2024 Olympic Games.
Oh.
The search ended at around 5:30 p.m.
Cancel
local
the
time.
Olympics.
The findings have not been reported as of yet. France has a history of being part of corruption scandals in sports. Former President of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, has been accused of pressuring Michel Platini to vote for Qatar's World Cup bid after having dinner with then Emir of Qatar. The Olympic Games have been the subject of
Have a
controversy
rich person on
recently.
board, so people
After the
say so,
scandals plaguing
unironically.
the 2020 Tokyo
Unironically.
Olympics, Paris 2024 is the first Olympic Games to have an anti-corruption
And in this
policy in
situation,
place
though,
to
not even
monitor the
having a
games'
bunch of rich
organizers.
people
This
around
will
is going to
hopefully
help them.
preserve the
So,
sanctity of the event. so that nothing can overshadow the flame of competition.
Didn't they run out of oxygen?
And now, as announced, we're joined by Anatol Kotov from
Twitch
the
is
Temporary
silencing me.
Council of the
Twitch
Forum
is
of
silencing
Democratic
me, and
Forces
it's because
of Belarus. Good evening.
my chat
Good
told
evening.
Twitch people to suck
So,
more Russian
Belarus
cocks.
is building military
Because of this, I'm being
fortifications,
silenced.
known
Twitch
as
is being like, no,
Krenin Line,
I
right
do
up,
not want
close to the
people to know
Polish
about my
border.
kinks. I
What is the
refuse to
significance
allow
of
a
this
stream
move? Because in
where
military
people
terms,
will be talking about
it
kinky
doesn't
shit that
sound
I'm
like,
into.
to be something very solid to,
Croatia, it is,
to
it is.
stop any future
I have to
NATO
write the
operation or
Discord one.
whatever.
I was just thinking about it,
is
about how
portrayed
stupid it is that like I
in,
write
in
the Discord
Belarusian
one,
or Russian
and then because I write it,
I'm really happy
like
to
sometimes
hear
I write
that
it too
NATO is
early or
planning
whatever, or like
future
today I wrote it,
operations
and then I was like, let me go see if my coffee is being made properly, and then I went out downstairs, and then I was like, wait, it's kind of like I was sent a notification already. It's kind of stupid. People gonna click on it and then be here.
But unfortunately,
Sad and
this is,
abandoned and alone.
not, I would say, a
Do you
real
guys
perspective
do you
from,
guys know a book?
From this.
I have to show you a book. Do you guys have your own version of this? When we were in school, we had to learn this book. This is like elementary school book. It's called Pale sam na svijetu. I don't know if Jens? Oh, nice. I've never looked into who wrote it. Nice. A Danish man wrote it. Did you have to read it when you were in school? It's like about this little boy who wishes for everyone to go missing, and then they actually do go missing, and then he's sad. Think Home Alone, but a book that you had to read, mandatory reading in, I think, second grade of elementary school, or the first one.
From a military point of view,
But basically,
and,
that is how you people feel when you're here on the stream, left alone.
Serious offensive, just in case. But
doesn't want to hear about cocksucking, pretty homophobic. That is true, that is true, that is true. Sometimes, you know, I think about what we allow in the universe and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know Twitch. Most Twitch users are male. I'm just saying, it's kind of homophobic to not allow them to talk about sucking cocks. I'm just saying.
Actually, they were frightened of this possible attacks from NATO or possible
1,336 people come to Russia for contract per day.
Belarusian protesters from
The numbers
NATO
are
side,
overestimated, 40,000 per month, but the Russians are actively transferring conscripts or contract form service and mobilization in the regions.
Of course, this won't
it won't help.
Serious army,
I
but,
absolutely think it won't help, and it's going to kill more Russians.
Belarusian volunteers,
so I don't really have strong feelings over it. I don't know how concerned I am, basically. You know, I don't know how concerned I am over it.
They are just afraid, you know,
but the existential crisis is 100 times worse.
That,
yeah, but also, it seemed amazing. I remember reading that book. That was the first time in my life when I read that book, and when I was having to write a review of the book for my class, when I learned that sometimes it's okay to lie if you want to get something in return. Because I wanted to have really good grades, and I did have really, really good grades. And this was the first time when I was like, my teacher is going to want me to say this about the book. So if I say this about the book, I'm gonna get good grades. So I'm gonna say it and then get a good grade, even though I don't really think it. Because when I was reading the book, the only thing in my mind was that it would be fucking amazing if everyone were to go missing. Like, we weren't really that rich during that time of my life, you know? And the only thing on my mind was like, bro, I could go to a store and just like buy some of those like fancy foods. I could go to a store and buy, you know what I always wanted to try when I was a kid? You know those like salamis you buy?
And what can you tell us about,
like sausages or whatever?
Sense, shall we say?
But it's like already sliced and it's nicely
put in those like little
Actually,
plastic
he
packages.
tries to
So you just
signal that,
take them and you just put them on
he
your sandwich.
is
When I was a
capable
kid,
of
this was
defending
something that you couldn't
himself
even
and
like
his
dream
power.
about, because we had like
Nothing more,
homemade
because it's not about the
kobasica,
security of the
or
country.
we would be buying
The
those like big
security of
salamis,
the
right,
country,
when they were
and
on
its
sale. But we never
sovereignty
actually
now
would buy
is,
those
in
sliced
real
ones,
danger
and that was like a
because,
dream.
not only
So I was
Russian
reading that book, and I
tactical
was like,
nuclear
bro, I
weapons,
live next to
are
a store. I
coming
could
to
just go to a
Belarus.
store and like
Russian
take a bunch
troops
of
are coming
these
to
and put them
Belarus
under my
now.
bed, and then I could just like be making
Russian,
sandwiches with them.
Military prosecutor
But I
office,
remember being like, no,
has
I can't
established
write
a
this in
bureau
my
in
book review because my
Belarus.
teacher is not going to be
Also, the
happy.
investigative committee of
So I'm going
Russia,
to write that he was feeling
recently
very
opened,
lonely and he missed
their
his
branch
parents
in
and he
Belarus.
missed everyone.
So they are
And you know, it
even
would suck if
trying
everyone
to
went missing.
create,
No,
right
it wouldn't.
now,
It would be great.
military
Especially if he
administration,
knew
in
like
the
it's gonna
independent
come back.
country.
Bro, I would be
So
having the time of
Belarus
my
is
life.
really
If I had a time
in
right
danger,
now, like
but
for a year,
from the other side.
no one's living.
But Belarus is really
I would just be
essentially
okay.
just a
I
pawn
would just
in
be
Russia's
okay.
hands because economically they are completely dependent on Russia.
If
Their-
the world
their
had only
debt
me, I could just
is
walk
really,
around
it belongs
the
to
world
Russia,
while
right?
eating
They're
from
completely
restaurants that I
dependent
see for
on
free.
what
Yeah,
Russia
that's
says.
true. That's true.
Russia
Just like
says
you grab
jump,
whatever you
and
want.
Belarus says how high, really.
Or those, you know, those little.
Yes, and,
What
this is
also I think I
really
wanted to
the,
try, and then I tried it and I was disappointed.
Lukashenko who is,
But when you go to gas
guilty
stations,
of,
you know those
such a situation
sandwiches, and
because,
they're like cut in a
it's
triangle.
only he who
They're usually
cut off,
very,
all
very
the
expensive, and when
ties
I was a
with,
kid, I always
Western
wanted
countries.
those. I actually got one of
Before these
those,
elections
and
in
it
2020,
wasn't
there
really good.
There was a chance to
It wasn't
normalize
really
and
good,
to
but
even develop good
But
relationship
no,
with
you're
the
great.
West. The foreign
Advice
trade
on
of
what?
Belarus was,
It depends.
quite
Advice on what?
balanced. There was 30% with
It's
Russia,
hard to think about your
30%
parents when you're
with,
stuffing your
European
face with
countries, and,
salami.
30% with the rest of the world.
To be fair,
Now,
to
more
be
than
fair,
50%
okay, when you
is
think
Russia
about it in a
and,
more, because you
European
can't really
share
imagine
is
what an
shrinking.
eternity without anyone would
It's,
feel like,
all
right?
the
So you think about
outcomes
it on a
of
more
the
temporary
Lukashenko's
basis. On a
policy
more
that,
temporary basis, I would just be
civilized
okay.
world-
I would just be
world,
fine.
punishes him for
If the
his,
internet was doing, I'm pretty sure I
politics,
could live
and,
like
now, of
a few
course,
years without
Belarus is
having
becoming,
contact with anyone.
from
Just
day
like
to day
keep my
more and
internet
more
running, and I'm gonna be
dependent,
fine. I'm just gonna be
on
okay.
Russia.
I'm
So
gonna be
what's the
sleeping and
general
eating and
idea
sleeping
behind
and
all
eating.
what's happening to make Belarus?
No problem.
Well, it's not a
You
sovereign
don't like
state
this
for a long
license?
time now,
Oh,
but
I
to make
always
Belarus
wanted to
like,
try
you
them
know,
because
the
they
first
are.
obstacle in a possible conflict
They were
with,
really
with the West.
expensive.
Like you first
And
have to
there
deal
was like,
with Minsk
I
and,
think the
only after
variety of
that,
taste
you may think
is what I
about,
liked about the
Russia.
idea. Because it was like,
Yes,
you buy the
this is
plastic
some sort
package,
of buffer zone,
and it has enough salami in it for like,
the
let's
main
say,
danger, what we
2
see right now,
sandwiches,
it's
big
tactical,
ones, right?
It's possible usage of,
And then you can
tactical
buy
nuclear
another
weapons
plastic
from
package,
Belarusian territory
and you can
because
have
they
enough
strike
salami
back,
for 2 sandwiches,
will
but they can be
be
different
also,
sandwiches than the ones you made the first time.
targeted to
And
Belarusian
that seemed
territory.
like
So Russia
the
will
best thing
not
ever. You
suffer
know, you have
from its,
options. Because what we would buy usually would be those like huge,
for
huge
its
salamis on
actions or
sale,
for-
and then we would just get
for-
whichever one was on
for,
sale.
Russia's,
So then you had like
for
proper
Putin's
ones and you
behavior,
had ones that were not as
there
good,
will be
depending.
Belarus,
But we would
who
always
will
get
be,
whichever ones were
first
on sale.
target,
And then
on
it was like,
the,
oh, for the next like,
for a strike back from
depending
Ukraine
how
or NATO countries.
how we
Does it,
prepare
and,
meals and how many
this is
leftovers
if
we
we
have
speak
from these
about,
meals to be eating
military
dinner.
point, of
But
view, and
for
if
the
we speak
next, like,
just
let's say,
about,
few weeks, you're going to be
Putin's
eating this
plans,
specific brand of sandwiches, not
he
the other ones.
doesn't hide that,
I don't know, I
there is
kind of
no
felt
independent Belarus, nor independent
too
Ukraine for him.
controlling.
And what he's missing in Ukraine right
Basics
now,
of a completely
trying to
different
do
language
with
that
the
you plan
help
to
of
use for academic
Lukashenko,
religious
in
purposes.
Belarus, because,
But don't
what is
plan to learn
happening,
completely for
Lukashenko,
conversational purposes. Oh, I'm a big fan of learning through.
gets rid of all the
No, it depends. Religious
national-minded
purposes
people.
interesting.
They are
Is it a
forced
dead
to
language?
flee the country,
Is
or
it one of
they
those
are put
alive
in
languages?
jails. So there is a
Because my favorite
clear
way of learning
learning languages was through listening to songs and watching movies. I think for the start that is the best, because you're supposed to get the energy of the language, and I think that's the easiest way to do it. I think that's the easiest way. Oh yeah, it wouldn't work on that languages. I assume they don't really have that many songs in them. But for example, when it comes to
Korean. I'm quite okay with understanding it. I'm also acceptable at reading it, and I wasn't even like learning it actively for a long time. What I was doing was like listening to songs and watching some TV shows, and that's it. You pick it up. You pick it up, especially depending on which language it is and how many sources you have on it. There's some really, really great teachers on YouTube
Council of
that
the
could help.
Forum of Democratic Forces of Belarus. Thank you very much.
See you.
And that would be all
Book
for now.
which
Thank
helped
you
to
for
prepare
watching
for
and,
exams, which
stay with
basically
us for more here on
deconstructed
TV
all
Wow.
needed for exam
night.
books. Oh yeah, here too. Shit, we have the same thing. I used it for my end of high school exam. My assigned reading, like we had few stuff we needed to read, but a part of it was stuff, what's the word? It was poetry. And I was never a big fan of reading poetry by old Croatian writers. When did you make this? 2 days ago? We'll see. Because it's like, it's written in very hard Croatian to understand. So what I did is I would go and read other people's essays on this specific poetry. I never actually read the poetry itself, but I would read what other people have said about it. And I wrote my entire end of high school exam just based on like essays I've read rather than reading the actual books because the books were so boring. To be fair, a lot of the books I read, I actually did like them. There's a great Croatian book. I don't know what's the name of it. Oh, but it was a great one, and it was about like this one woman in Croatia. It's like medieval writing, whatever the fuck. But she's a very young, beautiful woman, and she gets promised to some soldier man in marriage. But then he dies before she gets to actually get married to him. So then she gets promised to another one who is kind of older, and then she has a marriage with him. And I don't remember what happens later, but I know at the end she becomes a bandit. And that was my favorite part. Because like the end of the book is basically that there's talks in the area that people still hear stories about her and her group of bandits like going around being active, and I always liked the story. It was like a girl boss bandit thing. Liturgical Hebrew practice. Oh, that seems hard. I don't see why TV would be needed. To get into the energy. I like it to get into the energy. Because I think it's also, regardless of what you need it for, you will need to learn the basics of, like, grammar, for example. Hey, yo, United States! You will need to get the basics of grammar. You will need to get the basics of, what we would say conversational use of language. It's still needed. You can't go again without it, regardless. So, by the way, I haven't read 1984. I read the essays on it. I don't know if it has shit writing. I always wanted to like go through it, and I just keep on delaying it. They failed to reach the target. On the 14th of September last year, Russians also launched an attack on the dam, damaging it. Shit. Again, great. Yeah, great. Just lovely. Storage style artworks for a few projects. Hey, nice! Or tutorials on drawing, painting in that style. Hey, to be honest, I wanted to go back to doing art when I get more used to my work, so I haven't done too much of it. But you know what was a great tool I used the last few times? Those AI things where you can ask AI to make you an artwork? Try stealing ideas from those. Because recently I was trying to, basically I had like a job, not a job, a deal where I needed to design some dinosaur based illustrations for a relative of mine. And I was like, bro, like there's so many of them examples existing online when I Google, and I don't know which style he wants. So I went into one of those AI things and I typed in like dinosaur illustration, and it gave me like, I think 4 results at a time, and all of them were like vastly different. And it's such a good source of inspiration over like, oh, okay, this is my favorite style, like this is what I need to be copying, this is the element that I like and I can like actually put into my art, stuff like that. So I like that very much. I like that very much. Oh damn, I didn't even see that one. Yeah, please do chat in English, please do chat in English. We're staying in English. Oh, you're not grammar. This is more for vocal pronunciation. Oh, YouTube. Probably YouTube. So much AI art that other AI art has been taken from each other. So they are pretty much inbreeding. Alabama. We made ourselves. I like the idea of like stealing from them, to be honest. Because like the dinosaur ones, bro, the dinosaur ones were really, really good. I managed to make like, I think 3 different illustrations of dinosaurs, and it was strongly based on just like what the AI gave to me, and then I like took little parts of all of the AI artworks and basically made a proper thing from them, and it was really cool. So that, type in like give me a Soviet style illustration of something, see what pops up, see what it gives you, and then just like learn what you like more or less. Learn, you know what's good? Learn what you see as Soviet, I think. Learn what sort of illustrations it gives you, and you're like, ha, Soviet style. And what illustrations it gives you, and you're like, no, what is this? Utah? The Mormons are weird up there? Oh, I know mostly about Alabama. Creepy picture on Children's Hospital wall with mother in dress and child on shoulder. You know how Soviets tried to make women look as strong workers, and because of how thick, wide, and muscular she looked, I unironically thought it is the father. Oh, I see that. Yeah, there was a... what was the documentary? There was one great documentary over how the fight between Nazis and Russians was basically a fight between the concept of fatherland versus a concept of motherland. And one of the parts of the documentary is about how Nazis, in order to make Russians seem like a foreign alien nation, they mocked their wives for being strong and bulky, and they were like, how look at these Russian women. They're being out there in the battlefield, not like our traditional women who stay at home. Thank you, traditional German women, you're amazing. And Russians basically just saw that stereotype and went, yep, our women strong. Our women are strong indeed. Everyone's strong here. Fucking fear us, bitch. Yeah, things. And has been foaming at the mouth of what I look as a Spider-Man. Hey, I've never tried putting a picture there. I have never tried to do that. Russian education isn't quite there yet. Yeah, that's true. They're attempting. How to make those creepy faces? You mean like those? You mean like medieval baby paintings? First time I saw this one, I was like, I hoped it would pop up as one of the results when I Googled this. Man, I love this one. I adore it. They're like so normal sometimes, and then sometimes you look at them and you're like, why? Why? Just why? I did see a great... I saw a great review recently of these, and it was started because of a conversation about whether
how was it? Whether there were giants existing in parts of human history, and the idea was, yeah, giants are real because look at this painting, some like old ass painting from Africa, and there was like there's a bunch of people, and then there's a tree, and then there's a huge person there, right? So they were like, oh, this must be a giant. This is definitely a giant. And so many historians responded to it by being like, bro, those are just kids. They're drawing some kids. They're like children. That's just how they draw children. And then as the example, they used these paintings, these medieval baby paintings, in which like the baby looks full grown, and they were like, you see this, like, would you come on? Again, it doesn't really look like a baby. It doesn't really look like a baby. It looks like a grown ass man, but you would never think that this is actually a grown ass man being held by a giant. And the reason why you wouldn't do that is because you know this is European painting, because we ascribe certain mysticism to other cultures, the cultures we see as alien. So when we see their paintings of like adult-looking children and then adults walking around, we're like, oh, what aliens? What giants? What is this? But we never do this to Europeans. We never do this to like white people in paintings. And I thought that was interesting because we were taught one of the first things you learn. There's so many not safe for work parts of these paintings, my dude. I'm not sure what we can show on stream and what we can't show on stream. Holy shit, though. But one of the first things we learned when we were learning about history of art in my high school was that in old times, in certain cultures, the way they did paintings was basically the same as children today do paintings, which is like, when you tell a child to like draw their family, and they will draw you like themselves huge, and then there's like mom and dad, and they're equal size as the child is, and then there's like a house tiny somewhere on the side, but the dog is always like also huge. And it's basically that. It's because they're drawing based on how important they see things. And that is what they were doing, like historically too. It was like you draw it based on how important the thing is. So that's kind of fun. Mysticism of paintings. I mean, it is mysticism of specifically paintings of foreign or alien cultures. It is. Because, you look at all the theories that we make up about paintings that we see in Africa, and you're like, why are we doing this? Hey, I didn't do the... Day 6. And we make up so many stupid theories about these, but we don't make up stupid theories about stuff that we have been doing, It's the same thing as, for example, looking at pyramids and being like, oh, how could they have made pyramids without aliens helping them? But then we look at old ass buildings that we made here in Europe, and we're like, yeah, that's okay. It was humans who built cool shit in Europe. It was humans. It was just humanity. It's just what we did because we were so good. So, come on. Faces like the one on the poster. Wait, is it safe for work? I trust you. It better be. Log in. My link is glitching. So I'm giving you a second. I've got 2 chats, and it's very weird because one of them opens the links to me in the proper, and the other one opens the links to me in the not proper, and I'm not a big fan. Like, one of them opens them here, and the other one opens them there. When you say... How exactly was it? I need to go and find it now. When you say creepy shit.
Andrew Schultz bit about the pyramids. Oh, wait, is Schultz the one? Am I thinking of the proper dude? Which one of them is the one who made... Oh, change the flag immediately. Which one of them was the one who spoke about the miracle of Jesus being born in the Middle East while being pale as fuck? The idea was basically, oh yeah, Where the fuck do you people find these things? Well, I need to save it like this. How the hell? What is your source? What are your people's sources on these things? Archaeology is saying this ancient statue of a phallus means that the civilization had an important religious cult of fertility. Every time they find an ancient dildo. Oh, that's my favorite thing about it. That's my favorite thing about it. I read once a report on how many old things we have found, which we are just calling like items used in religious rituals, are just dildos. It's just a dildo. We're just not saying it's a dildo. Vexillology, psychologic, fair. Oh no, it is popping up. I'm just waiting for this one to go through, so then I don't pause. Because if I pause, then I never go through entire links. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to like click on a link and then go through the entirety of it, and then click on links that I find elsewhere. I did need a place to like save the links though, because I lose a bunch of them in the process. Shit ton of dead workers and amount of peace duly received. Fuck, wait, let me save this. Let me save this. Needs to see Schultz, and then I need to see Ukraine. Heritage Soil Project, heck yeah. Mysticism, how it worked. It's like we ascribe the current care about people's lives to so many people, and then we think that their cultural successes are somehow impossible, but no, they just didn't give a shit that much. My people just didn't care. Who was it who made one of the takes that was like every single miracle of human civilization was built on the backs of slaves? Fucking commies. I don't even know what was the economic system in Egypt. And ironically, I don't know. How were the people paid? Russia seems like a perfect example of communism, but I base that solely on the fact that they are giving circus tickets to people who sent their loved ones to die in battle. For some reason, it just seems like yes. You know, you're like, yeah. It's a broad question. Ah, shit. How would... Wait. Need to click on the other links. How would you describe the economic system of Egypt in like very short words? This is not the one. I was thinking of another person when I was talking about Jesus. I need to find him. For some reason, his name has the same energy as Schultz. Schultz? How the fuck is he quiet as fuck?
Egyptians, it wasn't the Jews, it was aliens. Aliens came down and they built these pyramids. This is how you know Mexicans are the best workers in history. There are also pyramids in Mexico. Nobody questions who built those.
Okay, fair.
There is no hour-long History Channel special. Who built the
Can you
pyramids
hear it
in
now?
Mexico?
Because I had to make it like 500% louder.
Need a tent to have that shit up by Saturday. Aliens probably came and they're like, we got it. You go help the Jews. That's okay over here. Everything taken care of, aliens. Greatest workers in history. Only people whose work ethic is a threat. The work ethic is a threat. You ever hear people say that shit about Mexicans? The Mexicans are stealing the jobs. How the fuck you steal a job? I never seen a Mexican walk into a restaurant. Give me the dishes. Do we have to give you the money too? Do you want the money as well? No! Rubber gloves on Negro! I'll see you tomorrow at 8. Nobody late.
I mean, fair though.
Do we have to pay you more? No! You pay me less money! Consider this job stolen, puto!
Wait, what?
Fucking stole it from you.
All Jews believe their ancestors built the pyramids?
Viable.
Really? What?
Fucking stole it. Stole it from you.
Because I didn't know about that.
I
What?
wish they would steal the jobs every time I'm in the Apple store. First of all, if you work at the Apple store, fuck you. I don't like you.
Based.
I don't like you right off the bat. I don't like you. Stop being so condescending. You're not better than me. Fix my phone, dork. I don't want to hear shit.
True though.
You're not better than me. You just didn't get pussy in high school. All right? That's the only difference. Fix the phone. I wish 40 Mexicans would raid that place. The Genius Bar is ours.
Says it in the book.
Watch these nerds squirm. What do you Mexicans know about selling Macs? If we can sell oranges, we can sell apple. All right, I gotta go. Have a good one, man.
Fair. Fair, fair, fair. I was thinking there's a dude whose name has a similar energy to this man, and I don't know what his name is. Like almost the same exact one. I have never heard that the book says that their ancestors built the pyramids. Holy shit. Holy shit. No. Wait. What was the Ukraine clip? I want to see the Ukraine clip. Here. Here. Because I'm pretty sure we use the same book of prayers. And I don't know, I don't remember Catholics. Oh, you have like a
Ukraine
specific.
just has this thorny history with the Nazis where they were invaded by the Nazis and a bunch of
Who is
Ukrainians
that?
sided with the Nazis. And, you know, now there's still some of their grandsons who still kind of think the Nazis were good.
And you have to compare this most favorable treatment to the way they react to any signs of Nazi or Confederate flags in the United States of America
Yeah,
as
really.
being proof of the overwhelming racism that actually exists and that it's willing to come to the forefront now that Donald Trump is in office.
No, Gavin McGinnis's group where you have to punch someone before you can name a breakfast cereal. That's fucking Nazis. But this guy with his swastika flag, like this guy who's like a real deal Nazi, it's like, ooh, that is a reminder of a thorny historical issue. Ukraine just has this thorny history with the Nazis where they were invaded by the Nazis.
The Nazi thing to me, to me, it kills me. At this point, it kills me. It fucking just destroys the ever-living shit out of my system. I don't know. It feels like it's a. I don't want to say propaganda that got out of hand because that's what it feels like. It's a propaganda that got out of hand. It's it started as bullshit, and then it kept growing, and then we started seeing people ironically embrace it, and then we started seeing more people be like, "Hey, bro, if you're against Nazis, why don't you just fix your own Nazis back home in Russia because you have a lot of them." So the whole conversation just seems to be very dramatized. And I don't know how I feel about Westerners latching onto it so much. I mean, know how I feel about Westerners latching onto it. But it feels... Wait, sorry, I heard the doors. Oh, okay. It feels like... a very easy talking point for people to grab onto, because, you know, it's such a hard-hitting topic. I don't know. It feels like they never are able to actually look at it seriously and to actually look at, you know, how many support Ukrainian far-right have been getting in the elections. What are they doing right now that you could call Nazi actions, stuff like that, right? Yeah, people can't define what a Nazi is. That's true. It's silly. It's fucking silly. It's always fun to me, like, whenever I get people responding very angrily to, especially the locals, when I try to point out that, like, bro, you have two sides right now accusing each other of being Nazis, right? But only one of these two sides is actually leaving behind mass graves of civilians from the other side, right? Only one of these is actually invading and actually wanting to eradicate the other nation. When you have two sides accusing each other of being a Nazi, and one of them is doing Nazi shit, I don't know what in the world compels you to still somehow support the wrong one. Like, come on. But it feels like, it reminds me of Anastasia. I think one of her first conversations she had in these online spaces, she had a conversation with Destiny. And I remember her being like, oh, why are people like constantly bringing up this stupid ass fucking talking point of us being Nazis? It's just annoying, you know. And he kind of had the answer, which was like, oh, this is the only thing we know. This is the only thing we know. So, like, this is, you know, it's kind of the only conversation that has been on many Western people's minds in a while, because they haven't actually seen a war for their own existence in a while. World War II was the last part that many of them actually saw warfare, that many of their countries actually saw being engaged in this. So it's kind of the last war that stayed in their national memory, and obviously, you know, they are aware Nazis are bad, so they just try to paste the Nazis bad onto everything, which is a valuable thing for Russia to be exploiting. It's very easy to exploit, isn't it? You just go, hey, you guys hate Nazis, you know who are the Nazis? Ukrainians are. And you just know a bunch of people from the West are immediately gonna start fearing Ukraine, because that's enough to get them to fear it. Do you think Russia was provoked by NATO? Is a symbology too? People get hung up on it like it somehow means more than the actions being taken. It reminds me of, I always bring it up because I'm so angry over it. But like October last year, start of October, I think it was around 2nd of October. That's when my mother's birthday was. Let me just check the exact date. 2/22. Zaporizhia bombing. Here it is, 9th October. So 9th October, a civilian building got struck by Russian missiles. 13 people have been killed. And the same day, Twitter sees, you remember that very blurry image of Zaluzhny in which it looks like he is wearing a swastika bracelet? That. So what happens is immediately the news jump on Zaluzhny's blurry bracelet instead of talking about 13 civilians being killed in Zaporizhia by Russian shelling. It is, I don't know, it's such a... it makes me mad just thinking about it. And the fucking bracelet was debunked very quickly too. It took like a few minutes of someone to do Googling. I learned about the goddamn bracelet because I saw Dylan, I think, posting about it immediately. Like, oh, here is the exact same bracelet on sale. And no, it doesn't have a swastika on it. But just the fact it was so easy for Russians to like do a war crime and then just go, guys, look over there, Zaluzhny is being blurry on photographs. If you squint, it looks like he's wearing a swastika, and the Westerners just jumped on it immediately. I don't know. There's something so heartbreaking about the whole thing. Bombili Dombaster. Dombili Bombas. Ooh. Hey, this reminds me, I saved a video to show you, and it's on NATO training. NATO posted a video recently. Finnish propaganda song. And also we gotta talk about Finland. Oh nice, they do be having lyrics. Nice, nice. Symbols carry more meaning than actual evil to some dumbasses. Yeah, that too. It's weird. It's a weird little thing. I don't know. Just a situation like this just reminds you of how fucked everything is, doesn't it? Ukraine is being blamed for being occupied by Nazis and by some local collaboration, which occurred in literally every fucking country which has been occupied. And add brutal Soviet regime pillaging their land before that. But Soviet Union and Russians are never blamed for starting World War II together as fucking allies with Nazis. Yeah, no, that too. Also, yeah, Russian collaborators. They there's this meme about like the current Russia being more Nazi than Ukraine is, because current Russia is using the flag that Russian collaborators used. And it is actually the same, like 3 colors used by Russian collaborators in World War II. But it's like, why the hell do we subscribe all the evil that the Soviet Union did to individual countries, but then we subscribe all the good it did to Russia specifically? We talk about, you know, Soviets fighting Nazis, and we always kind of ignore the fact that at the time Ukrainians were in the Soviet Union. Like, they also gave lives for this fight. It was their victims too. Well, we always forget about that. We always just focus on like specific Ukrainians which were collaborating with Nazis, and specific Ukrainians which are doing bad shit. And yeah, we never do that to Russia. But also, I have something that I need to show you relating to this. I have some great. I have a great source, a great article that you will need to see. Sphere of influence in Ukraine just as a colony, again with a straight face, like both Nazis and Soviets did. Absolutely. Same it's using the proxy war thing. Like, you're against imperialism, but you believe this is a proxy war because you believe a small nation cannot possibly be wanting to make its own choices, and you believe the actions of a small nation in question going as far as fighting in a war. You believe the actions of this small country in question are solely dictated by others. How do you explain that to yourself? How are you like anti-imperialism, but you are spewing around the purest imperialism bullshit ever? How do you do that? Hey, this one, yeah. I saved stuff on him. Here he is. He actually, wait, let me try to find stuff on him. He is quite against immigration, so that's going to suck. But he is also quite against Russia. So that could be interesting. Interesting, I think, is a good way to say it. Where do I have the thing? Oh, Finnish nationalism. Acceptable. So it's gonna be interesting to see what he does. It's gonna be interesting for me to see what he does and how he moves in the world, and also what he believes in. But I don't know. I'm kind of interested. I'm very, very interested. He could be very problematic, though, to be fair. He could be very, very problematic. But I'm just kind of interested in how strong Finland becomes in this situation with this type of a leader. I want to see Easterners being more visible, you know, everywhere. I want to see us getting more power, so I'm quite happy with Finland getting someone who is, you know, at least going to be getting some attention. It's not like Croatia with Josipovic. Have a friend in Finland who is a fan of this guy. What are your friends' views on immigration? I want to make a file on this dude. I still don't know too many of his news. Fuck, I clicked on the wrong one. I don't know too many of his views. I know the basics, but he seemed interesting, to say the least.
The cosmos, as you know
What
it,
is
filled
this?
with an infinite
Jordan
tapestry
Peterson?
of potentiality.
That's so interesting, that idea of an infinite, expansive potentiality, because potentiality is a very strange scientific materialist concept, because only what's real can be measured materially. There is a cosmological hypothesis that permeates religious speculation that the cosmos that's inhabitable, so the structured material world, is a manifestation of a multiplicitous potential. That's the infinite chaos, right? And so in Genesis, for example, there's a process that looks to me to be akin to communicative consciousness. The order that is good is extracted out from this multipotential field of potential as a consequence of the action of some structuring force. It's very interesting to me that in the realm of physics itself, there is the notion of expansive potential, and you associated that with quantum fields and also with the multiverse. Let's walk through all of that.
So we live in a quantum universe. Imagine the universe.
First off, I hate clips like these. I am disgusted by clips like these. What they do is they clip you like his intro, but they don't actually clip you what he's saying. He goes like, let's walk you through that, and then the clip ends. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is such a weird way to make clips. I've seen this done on like Andrew Tate too. Like he has this intro to a point he's trying to make, and people will clip the intro, but then they don't actually include the clip of a point he's trying to make. Why? The way it feels, you know what it feels like to me? It's like he's using a lot of very smart words right now. He's using some very, very long words right now, and it feels like clipping the intro specifically is what people try to present as the point. It's like, oh, let's clip the intro, and then people are gonna hear long words spoken, and then people are gonna think he's very, very smart, but also you will not ever hear the point, and then because you never hear the point, you can't debunk him because you never hear what he's trying to say. People don't think like him or you? Could be. Could be. No, he was trying to argue nothing. It was his intro to a point. But also a valid thing to point out. With Jordan Peterson, intro to a point is what you will usually get. Jordan is very smart in avoiding being cancel cultured. And he does that by never actually speaking properly. He is incredibly annoying when it comes to that. So he is trying to have a conversation about something, but he will not make a strong point that can be debunked, and therefore he just like dances around the point. His feminism conversations are great examples of this. So specifically the one, for example, where he talks about women at a workplace and how women at a workplace have a higher possibility of being sexually assaulted because he doesn't say it's because they wear makeup and high heels, but he does say, well, a lot of women at workplace wear makeup and high heels, and those are meant to make you more sexually attractive, you know? I'm just saying. And then the other person is like, are you saying that, like, them wearing makeup and high heels is what puts them in danger of being sexually assaulted? And he's like, no, I would never say that. Of course, no, there is a responsibility to how a man acts. I'm just saying that they wear makeup and high heels. You know, he doesn't ever actually make a proper point because he knows that if he makes a proper point, he's going to get clowned on. So he dances around it like a little coward boy, which is a good thing too, mostly for him, because when he does try to make a proper point, he does a thing like, who saw his Ukraine video? He completely messed up geography. My man messed up geography. So, there's a proper point in there though, like here, in this video, or in the makeup conversation one. We'll see who cancels who. Who remembers? Did you guys, by the way, are you following him on Twitter? Wait, let me see his Twitter. If there's nothing TOS, I could show you. Jordan Peterson. Let me see. Did he stop with the Joker things? No, I'm gonna be sad forever. He recently went on a spree in which he was just responding to people with like different images of Joker. And it was like Joker cosplays and it was edits and everything. And he was just like responding to that. It was some stupid ass writing. And then it was Joker. I thought that was funny. I enjoyed it. Hey, my stupid dog is here. I think the idea is that if they make themselves more appealing, it can give them more favorable treatment. Oh yeah, but it was specifically about sexual assault. It wasn't about the way they're being treated at work. It was about assault specifically. When it comes to like making themselves more appealing and therefore getting more favorable treatment, there also is a broader conversation to have about that, about the fact that it's like women getting free entrance to bars. I think a lot of times it is presented as more of an advantage than what it actually is. So we talk about women getting free entrance to bars and people are like, oh yeah, well this is unfair because, you know, women are getting free entrance while men have to pay, and they see it as an unfair thing, which is anti-male, but in reality women are the product offered in the bar. That is why they are allowed to go in free. They are the product. Like if there is a bar with a bunch of dudes and no women in it, it's very unlikely more dudes will go in. Women are the product you offer. By making a poster which says free drinks for women or free entrance for women, you are basically advertising to men. You're not advertising just to women. And when it comes to women making themselves look more appealing in order to get a promotion or whatever, it's a very similar thing. There's a certain type of predatory behavior that she could be exploiting by using that. But at the same time, it's not as much of an advantage as I think we would like to present it as. Women wear high heels and stuff to attract men, and Jordan is trying to say that any woman who wears high heels at any point is doing so to attract men. Basically, he can't accept the premise that a woman just wants to look good. Yeah, that I could see that. Yeah. Not only that, but also when it comes to workplaces like these, when we talk about women making themselves look more attractive, there's also a fact that for some workplaces, as a woman, making yourself look more attractive is the norm. It's what's expected of you to do. There's workplaces where you literally have to wear high heels. My relative, she worked in one of those stores in Miller, and she had to be wearing high heels at work. The only time when she didn't have to wear high heels was when she was actually pregnant. And they were like, okay, like for now you can wear like these fancy flats, but then when you come back to work, you have to wear high heels again. And then she did wear them again. When it comes to jobs like, you know, stewardesses or something, it's very often like you have a specific set of a specific outfit that you will have to be wearing, and the outfit very often is going to be making you look appealing if you're a woman in some positions. So yeah, there's like a norm, and the same thing for wearing makeup in women. There's a lot of conversations about how culturally we kind of expect women to be wearing makeup, right? And we see them as lazy or unkempt if they refuse to wear makeup. Same thing with shaving, right? You will see them as unkempt and lazy, and if they don't show regularly. So it's all the things that like kind of we could say that it's women doing it just because they want to look pretty, but then also we have to have a whole conversation about how we are imposing these on women. So it's not just to look pretty, it's also to fit in. But then in order to fit in, you are trying to make yourself look more appealing because that's what the people want. But then in order to try to gain something out of looking appealing, you have to deal with unwanted sexual advances. So basically it all sucks. The reason why I'm kind of angry about Jordan in that conversation is because he was too much of a pussy to say it. No, he was too much of a pussy to actually blame the women, but he did blame the women. But he was too scared to actually say that. And I'm not really a big fan of that. Wait, shit, I don't know what I clicked on and what I didn't click on. Russian propaganda cartoon. This one, this one, this one, this one. I'm just trying to click randomly, my dudes. If I miss something, let me know, because I scrolled like 3 times and I'm not sure.
Оборудуй в окопе боковые
What?
ниши, если не хочешь получить посылку от вражеского беспилотника. Не жди, что за тебя все сделает кто-то другой. Сам заботься о себе и боевых товарищах. На подходе к окопу незаметно разложи пластиковые бутылки и куски шифера. Натяни проволоку жестяными банками. Незваному гостю нужно обеспечить громкий прием. Всегда ожидай пакости от противника. Этот навык отличает хорошего солдата от мертвого.
I don't even think this is like for kids. I think this is how they train their troops. This is what they do when they want to get people to into the military. Like this is what they do. You know how they get conscripts and then like you're conscripted, you sign your papers, and immediately in 2 days you're at the front. And they're like, oh yeah, we train our conscripts properly. This is what they do for the training. That's it. You watch this on video. It would be perfect. Come on, it would be fucking perfect. Hey, there's a new animation. I signed up for it. It should come today. There's a new animation this dude should be making today. It's on the shark. Maybe it's out. We actually should go visit the channel. It says 5 in the afternoon. It's going to come in.
Украину. Я выспаться не могу. Совести никакой нету у этих украинцев.
Shark One dropped. We have to watch it. I took the notify me thing in YouTube, but it didn't notify me for some reason.
Тихо, женщина. Идет плановая зачистка диверсантов. Докладывай.
Мы сносим дом за домом, но они слишком быстро бегают.
Господи, да сносите к херам это Бебекина.
То есть Шмякина?
И его тоже, чтоб камня на камне не осталось.
Понял. Это вы о чем?
Не о чем беспокоиться, женщина. Освобождение Щебикина идет строго по плану. Мне пора.
Но ведь Шебекина.
Bebekino. Wait, let me see this. This one, yes. When did you drop? 1 hour ago, and I did not get the notification.
Я слышал, что Красное море придумал Ленин. Остался только последний штрих. Вот теперь это исконно русское море. Привет.
Чекай, друже, зараз допоможу. Быстрее, она меня сейчас сожрет.
Ох, вибач, не можу.
Что? Почему? Боюсь, це тільки загострить конфлікт між вами. Какого хрена, мужик? Дай хоть оружие для самозащиты.
Ні в якому разі. Не смійте його зброювати. Це призведе до продовження конфлікту.
Да господи, убейте кто-нибудь эту тварь, пока она меня не съела. Як вам не соромно? Заради миру обидві сторони повинні почати переговори.
Які нахрен переговори? Эта акула напала на мене. Де доказ того, що ви не планували напасти на акулу першим?
Що? А вона права. Всієї правди ми не знаємо. Какой правди? Просто пристреліть її.
Досить проливати кров. Я закликаю до миру між вами. Тож обійміть один одного і помиріться.
Да что здесь происходит? Кто-нибудь спасите меня! Виходить, що єдиний ваш вихід – це мирний план. Мирний план? Господи, да що угодно. Підпишіть. І знизу тут. Що ж, за угодою, припиніть чинити опір і пожертвуйте своїми кінцівками, щоб нарешті зупинити цей конфлікт. Є та мирний план, я же погибну! Невже ви не хочете мирного рішення цієї ситуації? Як вам не соромно? Ну що ж, ми намагались. Расчеловечивание уже тут. О ні, знову він. А если оно тут, значит вы проиграли. Чувак, ти всіх дістав.
Wait, is that who I think it is? Because this reminds me of Arestovich's Twitter post at the time. his Twitter post, which was like, it is him. Oh, okay. His Twitter post was like, oh, you become just like them when you make fun of the dude who got eaten by a shark. Come on, come on, my dude. You become just like them. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Wait, let me see. I missed the chat. I was watching this. This was good, though. This was good. Redil, motherfucker, say men love unconditionally and women love conditionally. Most men I know won't talk to a woman who they find unattractive. Maybe just anecdotal, but to believe that men love unconditionally is so fucking dumb. I'm kinda salty about the whole thing of like trying to be like men do this and women do this. It's such a cheap way to have conversations. It's always so stupid. The whole thing with like, oh yeah, men are wired to do this naturally, and then women are wired to do this. And then you always see different types of people arguing that we are wired to do different things. You know? It's like, come on. This? No, of course not. What do you mean by this? But it's a stupid little conversation. And then you get people who are being like, you know, oh yeah, we are wired to only have one partner because we should be having only one partner. That is how our families are the most successful. And then you have other people being like, no, we are wired to have multiple partners because that is evolutionary, what we see in our evolutionary trees. So we should actually be having more partners to be happy and to be successful. And then you just have a bunch of people arguing that we need to be doing different things. And it's just also fucking stupid. It's also fucking stupid. Wait, Russia defeated NATO animation? I need to show you the NATO video. I saved so many videos. No.
Эй, ты что, слепой? Здесь нельзя выгуливать собак. О мой бог.
Victory indeed. Hey, it's going great, my man. It's going great. I'm having fun. I'm clicking into links. This is cool. This is like going on Twitter. It's just that people are giving me stuff to click on. I'm having fun. What is that?
I hate to be a bit of a jerk, but it's the reality, right? None of these groups really mean anything. In the United States, if you believe in socialism, you basically have two choices.
Okay.
Two choices, right? On the one hand, you can be burning the American flag, selling lots of newspapers, and screaming about Trotsky and be irrelevant. Now, the other option is you can be in groups that function within their local Democratic Party clubs,
Trotsky?
folks who watch MSNBC religiously, and when it gets down to it, you know, socialism is something they talk about
Isn't
once
this
a year,
dude?
you know, on May Day, maybe they read some Marx. When it gets down to it, you know, they're urging the Bernie-crats to just shut up and vote for Hillary and calm down. And at the
Am
end
I
of the day,
recognizing this
they're
dude?
just functioning as Democrats, and maybe socialism is just something they put on the back burner. Those are your two options. That's what you can be if you can be a socialist.
Yeah, that's Caleb, right? That's Caleb. First thing I need to tell you about this clip is not to listen to anything Caleb Morphin says, because he's absolutely fucking useless. Also, isn't he a criminal? But these all seem like very similar to the Peterson conversation, where he's trying to say stuff, but he doesn't really say too many stuff. But for him, I also believe that he is very online oriented. That's the energy I'm getting from him. Massive anti-Semite shit. Man's alive, man's around. He's reporting on shit. He retweeted Russian foreign ministry thing. In response to the politically motivated sanctions against Russian individuals and legal entities introduced by the Australian government as part of the West's Russophobic campaign, entry to Russia is closed indefinitely for additional 48 Australians. Oh no! Oh no, what we will do now? Oh shit. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Very sad indeed. Very... Lieutenant Colonel of the Russian Armed Forces, Lysitsky, shot himself in his apartment after the failure of the Russian Armed Forces in southern Ukraine. Whoa. Look. It's the end I hoped to see someone else having. I didn't hope to see this irrelevant dude end like this. I hoped to see someone else, but you know, we're gonna be waiting for someone else to also realize his failures and do a Hitler. New flag. Do we change the flag? Do we have a flag change? Okay. Let me see. I want to speak to your manager. What does this mean? Karen? Is it supposed to be Karen National Liberation Army? Because that's the way I'm getting it. Karen Liberation Army flag. Fair. Here she is. Beautiful. Perfect. Speaking to your manager right now. Color choice explanation. Would you like to elaborate? Can we get a 500-word essay on it? Please do write one. Why these colors? What was your motivation behind it? Hey, I have to show you something though. Before I forget, I have to show you. I have to show you a few things, but the first thing I have to show you is this one, because we mentioned this, and I don't know why we mentioned it, but we did mention it. Oh, we talked about Soviets a little bit. And there's this one research created on how the Slavic-related studies in USA are very Russia-oriented. So partially explains why people, when they think of USSR, they will think mostly of Russia. And it's a great little thing. It has all of the stats and everything, so it's kind of complex to read. But it goes through amazing things on like how they misrepresent writers and everything. Wait, let me find it to you. 82% of Slavic literature courses are in fact Russian literature courses. We understand Russia is a big country, but it does not account for over 82% of people or literature in Eastern Europe. Just over a third of courses in history focus solely on Russia. But if we count courses that cover Russia together with other countries, the Russian hegemony is apparent again. Some courses effectively treat the USSR as Russia, so like Russia, history of the Soviet Union, for example. Some courses are completely in line with Russian historical narratives, including both East Slavs and USSR into Russian history. So like we. These statistics are not driven by a particular university or a group of universities. These patterns apply broadly. For example, although the share of Russian literature ranges from a whopping 100% in Cornell University to a modest 52% in University of Chicago, the median share is close to 90%. Dude. Like, look at this. 100%. 100%. They just read Russians. That's it. That's the whole thing. But where's the one on writers? Oh, here it is. When diving deeper into course descriptions, we see that Russian studies appropriated contributions of nations subjugated by Russia. For example, Gogol is studied as a Russian author, although he considered himself Ukrainian. Medieval Rus is classified as a Russian history, although it is part of Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Polish history and was at war with Moscovia for hundreds of years. To appreciate how absurd this treatment is, imagine treating the history of Britain as part of French history just because the Normans invaded Britain. One Russian literature course covers Isaac Babel, a Jewish author from Odessa, Svetlana Alexievich, a Belarusian author, and Andriy Kurkov, a Ukrainian author from Kharkiv. We believe Mr. Kurkov would be very surprised to learn that US universities label him as a Russian, while the Russians destroy his city. And then you have figure 4, which reports Ukrainian course shares. The figure is largely populated by zeros. So yeah. Ukraine effectively does not exist in academic instruction. These positive shares overstate the presence of Ukraine in the curriculum because the data are aggregated for 2 academic years, and in the 2022-23 academic year, universities started to offer more Ukraine-related courses. With special kudos to University of Michigan that introduced the Let Ukraine Speak course. Ironically, although more courses on Ukraine were offered in 2022-2023 than in 2021-2022, more courses on Russia were offered too. Perhaps the thinking was, if we study Ukraine more, let's study Russia more too, to be fair, which makes things just less balanced, because they were already studying Russia a lot. So, yeah. I thought it was a good little research to have. Is this Moscow-centric view a problem? We believe it is. The current approach makes generations of US students largely unaware of non-Russia in Eastern Europe. And as a result, Samuel, I don't know who this man is, and other Ukrainian experts, often graduates of Russian studies, predict the fall of Ukraine, and they interpret Ukraine through a Russian lens. The same applies to media coverage of Ukraine. For example, New York Times admits that Kramer, the chief of the newly established New York Times bureau in Kyiv, and another student of Russian in college, for years was the primary reporter covering Ukraine from his perch in the Moscow bureau. The infamous Chicken Kyiv speech of President George Bush epitomizes the gross misunderstanding of Ukraine. How can one get Ukraine right without speaking Ukrainian, knowing Ukrainian history, or being in Ukraine? The lack of Ukrainian expertise and training has led to colossal mistakes. So yeah, great little source. I'm gonna link it to you in case you're interested in just having the numbers when you're speaking to Westerners. Yeah, it's a great source. It's a great source, truly. Let me see if it's shared. I don't know if it's shared. Oh, it did. Nice. Groip on YouTube, who creates videos about how his culture is the best. Of course it is, because he considers his culture to be Western culture. So he thinks that Greek literature, Italian art, and French movies are all part of his culture, even though he's Danish. Oh, it's like white supremacists in USA. They do very much the same thing. So often they talk about like the superiority of white people, like specifically in regarding to USA, but then they jumble in just parts of like cultures that they like here in Europe, and they compare it to cultures they dislike when it comes to people of other races, and it's such a dishonest way to look at this. Like, I remember one of these studies was conflicting because like they spoke something that was about like Russia doing some things traditionally. What was it? About how much they follow the law and everything. And then there were statistics that specifically the Russian community in USA does a lot of crimes. And they completely glossed over that. Because in their head they have a way of like, oh, this is a good thing about Russia right now, so I'm gonna present it as a good thing about all white people, which by itself is ridiculous. But then also you don't look at what actual Russians are doing in USA right now. Where's the brain? Where's the brain here? But yeah, very much like that. Very much like that. It's like when they say Soviets have defeated Nazis, but then they exclude Ukrainians from the Soviets. They say Soviets defeated Nazis, but they actually want to say that it was Russia specifically who defeated the Nazis and no one else, because no one else has the ability to be on the right side of history. What did I want to click on? What did I want to click on? I had stuff I wanted to click and I don't know what it was. Which one? Ooh, Soviet Brigade Commander Krivo Shane with his Nazi friends. This is I thought this was going to be about like someone being killed. Come on. Is that Hitler mustache? Yes, but back then it was quite common. Why? It doesn't give you... It's not even like aesthetically good. On 22nd June 1941, today's date, the friendship between the Nazis and Soviets became enmity. The German-Soviet boundary and friendship treaty was broken when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union. No more joint military parades in occupied territories. Conquered territories. Same thing, my dude, same thing. This account, by the way, for those of you who don't follow it, I don't know how safe for stream this is, but it follows the generals which are confirmed to having been killed in Ukraine. So it gives you like specifically the numbers and everything, their town, who the person is, and how many of them were like high ranks and everything. It's an interesting account to follow if you want to be up to date on this. Kind of interesting. Flaunting scars, silly mustache. What's wrong with the mustache though? Why is the mustache like this? Scars? I can kind of see scars. It's like, oh, I want to look badass, right? But like mustache? And it's not even like giving you a good look. It's not like good mustache. It's not fancy mustache. It's different if they were wearing something actually making you look beautiful. Like you know how Poirot wears his mustache. Like, imagine if they had something like that. Imagine if they had one of these, one of the kitten ones. Come on, at least there's a point to these existing. They look cute. No other iteration looks cute. These ones specifically, the cutest thing ever. But then you have, like, just the bulky ones. What's the point of them? Yeah, no. Fucking losers. Looking ugly. Looking ugly and then having ugly ideology. It's a horrible mix. It shouldn't be allowed to exist. What did I miss? Shit. I have link here and I have link here and I don't know if I clicked on either. Marinka! Russia's defensive line was penetrated by more than 1 kilometer. Nice. We're not making any dirty jokes about penetration. Poirot stash needs a lot of waxing. Oh yeah, they do the thing to keep it standing. That's true. But it looks really cute and it looks like a kitten and it's a cute mustache. Oh yeah, the bridge. It was hit and damaged. Yeah, not damaged too much, unfortunately. So that's not really making me too happy. But it's something. So that counts. I hope they demolish it fully. No. I hope Ukraine has a good plan for this crazy peninsula. Dude. You just fucking starve them out? Dude, come on. Just that. Just destroy their bridges and that's it. And then wait. Why would we need to get in? I'm still not buying into the idea of like going to invade Crimea. We're just going to starve them out. That would be like the smartest thing to do, wouldn't it? Good looking mustache. A beautiful looking man, by the way. Whenever I see this man, I go like, wow. This is a beautiful looking man. Was there something with his jeans is just... I don't know what this is, but he is looking amazing. First time Russia mentioned Kiev and Rus in their own history is when Ivan III in times of Moscovia included title Knyaz of Rus to his own titles, but it was only a claim. Same as Putin today, included city of Zaporizhia was never conquered in Russia. No connection, but claim and intention to conquer. And the first time Russian and Ukrainian history came together was in 1654. Oh, so it's like if I call myself the ruler of Balkans, and it doesn't actually mean that I rule the Balkans, but it does mean that I have the intent to rule over the Balkans. So, you know, historically probably significant, but not in a way you may think it is significant. What? Bridge thread? Hey, there's a thread on a bridge. There's a thread on a bridge. You have to see the thread on a bridge. Thousands of Russian men will die and leave thousands of Russian ladies for the rest of us. I assume you have never seen Russian women, because they are very supportive of this war too. They will never be with a Westerner. It's unironically though, I know you meant it as a joke. Rule of Twitch, yeah. But unironically, I've seen a lot of people say stuff like that, which, like, oh, Russia is going to need like a lot of men imported after this. I don't think you guys are aware how much Russians, like an average Russian, hates your kind. I don't think you're aware of that. Like Russian women, I'm pretty sure they would rather they would rather try very hard to get other Slavs to move into Russia than they would accept the possibility of like importing Western men into Russia. They're not really too big fans of our people. Like Austrian president claims to be a king of Balkans. Yeah, that too. Every fucking warlord back then called himself ruler of all Rus to make a claim on as much land as possible. So everyone was ruling Rus. Like 3 different people at the same time, everyone is ruling all Rus, but no one actually rules all Rus. This morning the first strikes were made on the road bridges connecting Crimea with Kherson. For convenience reasons, all news and available information will be added to this thread. Okay. Chonga Railway Bridge, this is the one. So we have these. And then we have these Henichesk bridges. Okay, fair. This morning on 5 a.m. there were strikes on road bridges connecting Crimea with Kherson region near Chongar. Looks like both bridges were targeted. The moment of the day strike on the bridges. Okay. There's a video, by the way, but it's from last year. So I don't know if he's gonna show the video, but if he shows the video, know that it's from last year. It's not new. Another video of the strike. Satellite images of the bridges after the morning strikes. Okay, visible damage. Okay, this one was hard to hit, I guess. Okay, fair. Hey, wait, that's it. What's the video? I have to show you the video so you know it's fake. I don't dare to scroll down more. But there's a video that Russians are using as part of their propaganda. And the video is claiming that when Ukraine hit a bridge, it killed a bunch of civilians on the bridge. I have to show it to you. Give me a second. The claim was basically, hey, I'm right now driving on this bridge and I'm looking to my left and to my right and I'm seeing all of these destroyed cars around and they are civilian cars. So because these are civilian cars, this means that Ukraine, when it hit the bridge, it killed a bunch of civilians. The video is old. And not only is the video old, I have to show it to you. Fuck, where the hell is it? I had it, I've seen it around and then I didn't save it because I'm an idiot. Okay, found it. Found it. Check this out. Here's the video of the bridge. So yeah, they're claiming that this is the evidence that when Ukraine hit the bridge, it also killed a bunch of civilians on the bridge, right? Because these are civilian cars. Now the thing is, this video is old as fuck. Also, like, which one of it is? Like, this one has nothing inside. but one of them, it actually like has a hole just in the middle, and that's it. Like there's nothing. Everything has been taken away. People have been taking screenshots of these cars, like pointing out that they are missing specific parts. I don't know the words for some of these parts. You can see that this one doesn't even have wheels, for example. But what this was is there were a bunch of civilian cars on the bridge, and what happened is they were just kind of left on the bridge previously, like last year we're talking about this. And what happened is Russians took them to the side to be able to pass. That's the whole thing they did. They saw cars on the bridge. They were like, "The fuck are these cars doing here on the bridge? We can't pass to get our resources over." So they just kind of chunked cars to the side a little bit, which is first of all why the fence is not damaged, but also why the cars are missing shit. Like they have, come on, come on. A engine and the exhaust and the gearbox prop shaft. I was thinking of these. I don't know what a car is supposed to look down here. Okay, I can't. I look at this. If you showed this to me, I would have been like, yeah, that's a car turned upside down. But what happened is civilians did leave cars on the bridge. Russians cleared the bridge, and then of course they went through the cars and took out everything that they could see as useful in the future, which is why the cars are missing parts. It's because they just took them apart basically. So yeah, so if you see the video around, just like know what it is. Moscovia wasn't a part of Rus, nor Novgorod was, as some people say it was. Yet Moscovia destroyed Novgorod Republic, a different civilization, and killed all the people. It is how today's Russia got rich history, by devouring other states, murdering population, and replacing by its own. Okay, yeah, the two. And then you're like, oh yeah, we have a great culture, we have great literature, and then you look into the literature and it's just stolen Ukrainian writers. Yeah, I see that. How does a bomb crush a car? I don't even know, my dude. If I saw this video without knowing it was faked, I would have probably been like, kinda sus. Kinda sus. But now that I've seen people explaining exactly what is wrong with it, I'm like, yeah. I would have known this too. I would have been able to point this out. Yeah. Yeah, I want to go into my For You is basically... Why isn't it showing me the lists? Because I made a list specifically for these things, but also I have videos that you need to see. But I had a list. I had a list that was made up of all of these sources, and I'll need to find it one day. Ivazovsky, great Russian painter, was an Armenian. Damn, claim him, take him back. Take him back, come on. Horrible, just horrible. Take him away from them. That's what you need to do, take him away from them. Yeah, I wanted to show you, by the way, I saved this video. It's called Silence of the Lambs, and I was interested to see what it is because it's from TVP World. And also I'm gonna go downstairs really, really quickly just to check how the dog is doing. Which makes me not want to show you the video because I wanna see it. You know what video I'm gonna show you? Look at this blue-haired little loser. I'm gonna show you... Gonna show you this one instead. Just gonna check if the dog is alive. I know what the dog is doing. Probably eating some cats or whatever. Hey, yo, back. I don't know what the dog is doing still. I don't know what the dog is doing. I don't know where the dog is. I don't know where my family is. No one's here. No one's here. I went outside and I was like, hey, yeah, what are you people doing? And no one's there. They were here like a minute ago. No one's here. They abandoned me. They just left me. Fair. Need to see TVP. We need to see TVP. And also I saved this one. It's called How Would Ukraine Liberate Crimea? And the reason I saved it is because I was interested in whether he is going to have the same genius plan that I do. But also I've saved this because it's a NATO video, like official NATO. So we might go through NATO first because I don't know what NATO is about.
Вже пошвидше закінчити війну і звільнити нашу Україну нарешті від ворога. Я не думав, що стану військовим. Були інші плани на життя. Але сталося так.
Since the UK-led training to the armed forces of Ukraine started in June 2022, over 10,000 soldiers have been trained and redeployed back to Ukraine.
I've been 9 years in the Air Force, but this is by far the most important thing I've ever done.
Oh. Not in Croatia, unfortunately. Not in Croatia, because we are losers and our president is a loser.
Combat course. It is every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for that period. The focus of the course is to give the volunteers to the Armed Forces of Ukraine the skills and principles to survive, fight and win.
До повномасштабної війни працював барменом. Я знав, що таке зі мною буде. Я чекав на це. Я був готовий до цього. Піти захищати свою країну. Я дитячий лікар, дитячий хірург. І мені довелося працювати з дітьми, які приїхали з окупованих областей. По правді сказати, те, що вони передавали, той емоційний фон, який був у них, це щось жахливе. І з цим жахом потрібно якось боротися.
Dude.
Okay, we're going to start the demonstration with a small recap how to enter the building, and afterwards we're going to show you some new.
A significant amount of the course is spent in the urban training facility.
Oh, this reminds me of another video you have to see. Why are you so loud?
It's a complex environment with its own specific challenges, so it's really important that we train the trainees how to cope and operate in those environments.
Until now, it's going well. It's a lot of information for those guys. We have a short term to practice it, so we have to tell them a lot of things and practice it a lot, again and again. So the first man go in, the second man moves.
Found it.
Immediately behind him.
Someone needs to tell NATO to make their sound more controlled on videos.
Every urban terrain, so you have to put a lot of different buildings to make it as realistic as possible.
Tell NATO to pay attention to important stuff. Okay,
Norway,
like my stream audio levels, please.
Denmark, Sweden, and Finland, as well as UK and the Ukrainian national support element. Across the whole operation, there's then Canadians, Australians and New Zealand training teams involved as well. So very multinational. It demonstrates the shared values that nations in NATO and NATO partners have, both in the support to Ukraine and just working together. Those relationships are built on years of working and operating together in other operational environments.
What do you mean staged? It's supposed to be a video of training only, but it's supposed to be like a video. It's not supposed to be warfare. Do you think this is warfare? It's not supposed to be warfare video. Like, of course it's staged. It's They're being filmed. Well, training.
Small arms training is an incredibly important part of the course. Teaching the trainees the confidence and skills to handle a weapon safely, but also
Kind of weird complaints to make.
to ensure that they can provide the best support to their units when they go back and are integrated into them.
It's all about teaching them how to be as efficient as possible with their weapon, but also how to survive as long as possible. Every night you go to bed and you think, okay, did I do good today? Was there anything I could have done different? It's an honor to be a part of their education and to see the progress they have. There's no place I would rather be right now.
That is
Навчання
beautiful.
проходить дуже добре. Для мене це нове все, тому я намагаюся навчатися.
And
як і
the
мої
dumbest one
побратими,
we had
атмосфера у нас дуже добра.
was the one who
Ми
was here in chat 3
намагаємося
days ago. And they were like,
наших інструкторів.
why do you hate Russians?
У нас
Not all
дуже
Russians
добрий
support
прогрес,
this war.
тому
And I was like,
ми
okay,
повернемось
so
на
you don't
Україну
support the war, right?
підготовлені захищати
Who
її.
does Krim belong to? And they never responded.
As well as focusing on
Like they were
the
given a
relevance of the
chance
course,
and
we
they
also
just
focus
refused.
on, the realism and immersing the trainees in those
You take them
realistic
apart? Oh, we do
battlefield
that. We
scenarios
did
and help
that in
them
Yugoslavia
to
too.
understand,
When we
the
were in
effects that has on
Yugoslavia,
them,
we used to be
mentally
doing
and indeed
training like
physically,
that.
and also to prepare them for the battlefield that they'll go back to.
It's like a false bombardment that's come in and they've got to treat 2 casualties that are currently have been wounded. So it's up to the guys to understand what's wrong with them and then treat them. They get into it, making sure it's the very basic things like stopping massive bleeds, making sure the person can breathe and things like that. But it's been very, very good so far and they're taking it all on board.
Medical training is an important skill, and it's a focus on training soldiers to look after themselves should they become injured, but also to look after the soldiers left and right of them.
On the front line, where there's so many of them, casualties and wounds are going to happen over there. For them to know this stuff is critical, and these guys are all over it. They're bloody put the foot wrong.
In a 5-week
fuck
course,
is that?
we can't teach every context or every scenario that the trainees will face, but what we can give them is the basic skills and principles which they can then adapt in the context
fuck was
of
that?
what they're facing on the battlefield to survive and fight.
Я гордий цим, що я пішов захищати свою країну зі своїми побратимами. Буду намагатися звільнити країну від окупанта і вигнати ворога з нашої землі.
З одного боку. Тобто це підтримка, яку дають норвежці, британці і загалом вся команда, яка працює з нами, вона її неможливо оцінити.
No, I understand you would just be learning English, but like surely you understand it's relatively weird for people to see someone refusing to speak in English in a English stream, right? Even if you can't write quickly in English, I mean, it's not like you have a set time where you can be answering in the first place. Well, like I'm sure you can understand that, like if I come, I don't know, if I come to a Russian stream and I just start writing in Croatian and expecting people to translate, it would be weird as fuck. You know? Surely you understand why people get angry over it. Of course they would be like, huh? Why? Nobody in Russia supports the war, it's all Putin. Okay, so do you oppose it? Well, my brother is on special military operation. Yeah, like that. Nobody here supports the war. Well, okay, how do you think the war should end? Well, I'm not saying Russia should keep the territories it occupied. I'm just saying. Yeah, because like, you know, I don't know, I would never have the idea to go to like an English stream and to write in Croatian and to be like, yeah guys, I don't really know English, so I'm gonna be writing in Croatian. You know what I mean? Like it's an interesting energy to come into. You can just like at least, you know, how people are using translators or whatever, stuff like that. But it's a weird energy. I don't know. I don't know how often you see people doing that in like other streams. I know I did witness people writing, ironically, it's like French, I've seen people writing French in English-speaking streams quite often, and usually they do get comments being like, "Bro, just like, come on, just use a translator at least, you know, just attempt." Because it's not like anyone's expecting you to quickly write answers to a debate or whatever. People just being like, "Hey, bro, it would be nice if everyone could understand each other," because a lot of us are also foreigners, and we also are trying to switch to English. So no one here is speaking in native. Most of us are not speaking in native. Lingua franca, purely because it angers the French. Why funny? Yeah, based. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. If Frenchies get angry at you over doing something, you know you are doing it properly. Integrated air and missile defense. Do I care? Why is this in NATO? What?
A legend of Iron Wolf came from 13th century when one of our Grand Dukes, who was called Gediminas, he had hunting season in vicinity of contemporary Vilnius, and during one night when he had dream,
NATO propaganda
Iron
is
Wolf standing
good.
on the hill and howling. Next day he asked his wise man, what does it mean? And his wise man said that, look Duke, you have to build here a castle which will turn into the strong, famous city. So Iron Wolf Brigade was kind of training unit after Lithuania got independence, and that training unit in 1992 started to build actually Iron Wolf Brigade. So it's already past 30 years, and brigade now it is as it is.
Nice.
Spirit of the wolf, first of all, it is a symbol for us. Because it is iron, we have to be iron or made from iron, meaning strong. And howling on the hill, meaning that everyone should know that we are ready for our country's protection. Iron Wolf Brigade and of course all Lithuanian armed forces, we are part of NATO, big community of our lives. So our motto, Tėvynės laisvė
Why would I?
garbė, means that we are ready for sacrifice and we are ready to defend our homeland.
Why the fuck would I? Nice though. Nice. Why don't they do we think they ever did something for us? Where's the search bar? Where's the search bar? Where's Croatia? We joined quite a while ago. Surely they have at least one video. They do! Look at us! Look at us! Look at us! Fuck you! Both of Croatia's infantry squads. Fucking cool. Look at us. We're so good. You're welcome. Okay, you're welcome. We are actually protecting you. Okay? It's Croatia protecting you in NATO. No one else. No one else. What's the oldest shit they have on us? Why? 8 years ago, why Lithuanians feel Ukraine's pain by NATO? Nice. NATO Kosovo force. Turkey? Turkey. Kinda ironic. Kinda ironic. Oh, this. Okay, fair. Wait, let me look at Serbia. Let me look at Serbia. They're going to be like the anniversary of when we bombed the fuck out of them. Disaster relief exercise. Nice. Hey, nice. We're allies. Oh, what is this? Kosovo. Oh, great. It gives Kosovo. It doesn't even give us... I mean Kosovo, yes, Serbia. So, like, Mladic Justice in 2011. Hey, Plain Talk John. Hey, yo, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. How was finance? How was financing? Hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo. A dirty word. Serbia, I'm sorry. I should be censoring it, truly, truly. The S word. The S word. Nation. My phone's ringing, by the way. Give me a second. I'm gonna play you this for a sec just to answer.
When Russia annexed Crimea illegally in 2014, breaking numerous treaties signed with Ukraine and global conventions, the Kremlin was condemned and sanctioned.
Back.
But this did not change the
Back. Hey, yo,
Many
guys.
thought that the Russian control of
No, you're not allowed to speak without me. We were watching NATO videos until now. We watched a great video on them training Ukrainian troops. It was amazing. And then we watched a video on them flexing about the strength of Lithuanians. And then we watched a video on them, you know, basically calling Croatia the strongest country in NATO, because that's what we are. If you are a NATO member, I hope you are aware that Croatia is the one country keeping you safe. No one else, no one else. Fuck everyone else. USA, Germany, France, useless. Croatia, you're welcome. You're welcome, okay? Big military exercises. Yeah. The entirety of like Balkans had them, right? I know the first meeting they had was in Kosovo, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, I don't know what I said on this. Poland-based, most based country existing. Currently, at least. Where did I have the Kosovo one? Kosovo. Not this. No. I don't know which one I had. I had the one on the training thing. But I need to find where the fuck it is. Hey, maybe it's under NATO. It's definitely under NATO. Here it is. Balkan supremacy NATO exercises. Immediate response. It was held in several Balkan countries, including Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Slovenia. Wait, no, Serbia. Fuck. I thought Serbia was here. I thought Serbia was around. Will Ukraine have a Moldova-style relationship to European Union after the war, where they may not be part of European Union but could join the customs union? I think European Union needs to be reformed. I think we need to expect a reform because when you look at Hungary's situation, for example, Hungary has been stealing cash from European Union for years at this point, and we don't really have a way to do anything about it. Like we don't really have a way to keep them as members, but also not really give them a lot of powers in making decisions, despite the fact that they are corrupt as fuck. So I'm hoping that we figure out a way to have like membership minus, which is like you are a member, but we don't have as many obligations towards you as we would have to other members. And then your actions and your complicity with the laws of European Union is what determines how many funds you get. Because the thing that is keeping a lot of European Union members from accepting countries like Moldova or Georgia or Ukraine into European Union are the fears of having to financially contribute towards them. So I think we should have a way to still, I want them in as full members. But I do understand that it's unlikely while, you know, Jim is unwilling to be paying for more of us. If European Union didn't give and help farmers so much, I would be so for dumping them. Yeah, they did some great things here. They did some great things here. So, like, they helped us fight corruption. They helped us fix our courts. We are still fixing our courts here, but the European Union is directly making us fix our courts. Hey, also, I will have to see the dog again, by the way. That's why I got a call. I have to go downstairs in a second to let the dog in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you with another NATO video, and then I'm going to run downstairs really quickly. Both Croatia and infra discords. How fucking dare you? How fucking... I'm going to play you some French. Okay, I'm going to be downstairs letting the dog in, and you're gonna be here listening to French people speak. You pussies. You pussy-ass bitches. Where's the Frenchies? Do you want to have this? Frenchies and Norwegians. Maybe even that's what I'm gonna make you listen to. Are there no, like, just French person speaking videos? What's in the kit for French defense specialist? Nah, I feel like this would be worse. I'm gonna leave you listening to Frenchies and Norwegians speak because you're cruel and fucking evil, okay? And then I'm gonna be coming back really, really, really soon. And also when I come back, I just want to let you know that I disagree with your idea of European Union becoming worse and worse. I strongly, strongly, strongly disagree with it, but I'm gonna explain you why in a second, because I gotta let the dog in. So coming back.
Thank you. It's the Norwegian Arctic field rations. It's for one meal and it's what we use in the winter.
Okay, so there you have the freeze-dried ration.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is mostly used by alpine troops,
yeah.
The mountain and extreme cold. Okay, so that's the first meal. So there, it's written right there, rice and beef. You just have to put hot water in it. Okay.
This is fish in creamed curry sauce. It's about 600 calories and this is for one person.
So let's get hot water to put it in it. Let's eat. I like this one because I like fish.
Mm-hmm.
This one's good. Plus there's potato in it.
Yeah.
Onion cream.
It's a kind of French. It's a little bit of French.
We have things like that in French too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm eating beef and rice. Yeah, I could eat this. It's some kind of paste of onion and tomato. It's really good. Okay, so this is what we call field bread. It's a tortilla with beef and in a Mexican style with wraps.
Let's try. This one's good.
Yeah, it is.
This one's good. There's kind of sort of spicy in there. It's good.
Yeah, it's a Mexican style.
For dessert, we have different thing. You can take this.
Yeah.
So it's bread with apple in it.
It's a little bit dry.
Yeah.
But it's sort of like cake and pie.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have kind of the same, but it's a protein bar with cranberry. Eat carefully, because I know soldiers that chop their tooths because it's too cold. So it can be quite hard. Yeah. What I like about that one is that's crispy.
But I really like this one.
Yeah, cranberry bars.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have anything to drink down here? Yeah.
So you have tea.
Okay. I'm not that huge a fan of tea, so this isn't my cup of tea, but it smells good. I like the French one because it's so much in it, but it's a day's ration. But I really like it, and I like that it's so much sweet, and I think I might eat it up all at once.
Yeah, that's what happens a lot of times.
Yeah, right. I'm the biggest fan of this because it's really tasty.
Yeah. This one's too. It's kind of good because one meal, but you have a lot of things in it. And I think my favorite is the tortilla.
Yeah.
There, this one's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this one. As the French soldier, I'll put a great 8 out of 10 for the Norwegian ration.
Yeah. And as a Norwegian soldier, I would put a 9 out of 10 on this French one. Thank you.
Hey, yo, I'm back. You can hear the dog barking. That's because she's barking. Cat food, that's what I eat in Britain. Okay, please don't be evil towards the Brits. No, the French. Same shit. It's just what I eat. It's just what I do. Where was I on this? Oh, European Union. Let me see, what was the conversation? European Union robs countries of their autonomy. I strongly disagree with that. More unified European Union with a single foreign policy and a single army. I agree with the military. But then, yeah, we would need to be having a single foreign policy to be able to properly use the military. Weaponize. I wanted to say weaponize, but I don't know. I'm already getting accused of being a warmonger. So I don't know if that's a proper way to use in this situation. But yeah, yeah, we need it. We need it. But yeah, overall, European Union fucking based. You can understand Frenchies. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope you get better.
I have a present for you. Okay. I have an Italian ration cake.
This one's based.
Oh, I'd love to. I also have something for you as well. It's our pizza slice cheese version of the MRE.
Of course they have a pizza slice cheese version.
So, here we go. Let's see.
Of course.
So here we have pizza slice cheese. Oh, it will be interesting.
He's crying on the
So with
inside already.
American MREs, we have a kind of a water-based system to heat them up. Yes, it comes with handy instructions here. What you're going to do is we're going to take our water, and it doesn't have to be hot. So we're going to go in here, and we're going to fill it up to the black.
It's actually pizza from a bag.
But the water reacts with the heater inside.
Okay.
I typically wait about like 3 minutes for it to heat up. But we can, honestly, this one, it's kind of exploding.
I'm quite surprised. I have another conception of pizza.
My man's crying. He's gonna go home this evening and just cry himself to sleep. Oh!
Okay, we try.
Oh, that looks cool. I did not expect that.
Okay, we can survive with that.
You can survive with
it. But instead of pizza, I prefer to call it like toast.
Like toast, yeah.
Good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. Okay.
No,
here we
thank
have a
you.
cracker. Chunky peanut butter. I like it a lot.
Okay.
I spread like that.
How like universal is it? Everybody loves the peanut butter and the crackers.
We don't even eat peanut butter here, dude. That is like your American thing. We don't do that shit here.
This is spicy.
Yeah, the jalapeno
Oh.
peppers, I think. They're pretty good.
Nice.
For that I need a lot of water.
Yes.
Some sauce. I drink like that.
People in US. Okay, wait, but like that's well, that is an important conversation topic. When you say like people in US get in debt due to lack of basic health insurance, which is too costly for some, but then money is constantly being spent on military. Important thing to remember is that people in Europe very often get themselves in a situation where we fucking need USA to play world police. Ej, zdravo, napravila sam kavu. Aha, okej. Na stolu je I to je sok iz zamrzivača, da znaš. So it's like a balance thing, right? Like we have proper healthcare here, we have GG healthcare, but what do we not have? A proper fucking military. Because if we had a proper fucking military, we may not be going to cry to USA right now to help us. We may just be helping Ukraine ourselves. But we can't help ourselves because we're fucking useless. So, you know, it's like, it's a balance thing. It's a balance thing. You spend enough on one thing, you will be lacking in some other areas. And, yeah. Americans would make some fucking cake and call it pizza. No, Americans based on this, though. I kind of... I wanted to make a joke about her making, like, a hamburger bringing just a hamburger there, but like she brought pizza, which is as ridiculous almost. I don't know what I expected her to have. This is just funny. Yeah, I've heard that American pizza is really good, even by Italian standards. So, huh? But yeah, what was the talk? Yeah, USA. You have to like understand the balance. Like it's very hard for a country to balance its military budget, its defense budget, and then also the social services budget. And certain countries have chosen different ways to do this, different priorities to set. And I don't really think it is fair to look at all of it from the scope of like what we are used to here in the Europe. We need European army. I do agree with that. I do think we need European Union military. I would agree with that. Leopards? There was like, I think, how many of them were confirmed to be destroyed? 2 or something? I'm not even sure. But the front line keeps on moving. That's what's important. The front line keeps on moving. Ukrainians keep on taking more land. So the entire thing is the pizza she's showing is fucking impressive. Oh, absolutely. Because like I've tried Slovenian. Slovenian food. MRE. I've tried the Slovenian version of it. My cousin is in the Slovenian military, so a few times she sent us like these packages. She thought it would be interesting for us to try them, and it actually is interesting for us to try them. But like they never have anything like the pizza thing. They're just very wow. Nothing similar I've seen here. Like my cousin, the thing they get is they have like some really good vanilla pudding in one of them. They have some cereal. They have some, it's basically risotto. That's really, really good too. One thing I found really, really cute is how they get like coffee and like little packs of sugar. And then also you get like a little pack of honey just like next to it. So you can use that one too. It's a cool little package, right? But the pizza, damn, bro. Damn, just only USA. NATO should be a thing that unifies European Union in military. Oh. Then you have the problems though that some European Union members are not NATO members and some NATO members are not European Union members, right? So like for example, you got USA, which is the strongest country in NATO currently, right? But having USA be the force that unifies European Union in military way, you know, it would be creating an interesting situation. Like, do we want to rely on USA that much? We already do rely on them a lot. Nice.
Here is
Well, I actually wonder what he is eating.
24-hour combat ration. They will show you there are 3 boxes. One is for breakfast, one is for lunch,
Right.
and the last one is for supper.
Nice.
Okay, let's see this.
I'm actually
we
interested
have,
in this.
The breakfast, and you can open like this. And there are a lot of accessories inside.
For weeks on and being shot and bombed, is suddenly being issued pizza. Am I right? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice.
You have something to sanitize the water.
Oh.
You have salt, instant coffee.
Important.
You have, milk, condensate.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's
chocolate.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot.
Something for your feet to clean.
Chocolate.
And here is we have.
Oh yeah. I also think we shouldn't be relying on USA, which is why I think we should be having European Union military and then also be participating in NATO. Actually, now that I think about it, you know what we need? We need to keep the NATO demands for members, so 2% of GDP spent for defense. We need to keep the demand set, so every NATO country should be spending at least 2% on their defense. But then, as we get into European Union military, we need to have a separate one for that. I'm not sure how we could combine those. I'm not sure if there's a realistic way to combine these. I guess, like even, yeah, there could be because European Union could just be doing the like what it's doing right now with upping the production, so we can help Ukraine more, right? It's already upping the production. We are already having an entire system to look into our production of shells and weapons, and then to figure out what we are doing wrong and what could be done more productively. So we do it more productively. I'm kind of thinking it could be comboed, so we don't like we can have one military per country, very well equipped, but then it is kind of fulfilling both NATO and European Union demands. Max 1 leopard in 3 to 4 days. Yeah, there used to be that one leopard that they kept on like copy pasting everywhere, and that was, and I think there was another one after that confirmed. But also the thing is, dudes, like the point of the leopard is to go on the front line. Like I'm pretty sure no one here, I hope no one here thought that all of the leopards are going to be returning home in pristine conditions. Of course, some of them are getting blown up. That's normal. That's what happens. You won't liberate your land by keeping leopards in a garage somewhere. It's okay that they're getting blown up as long as they're doing their job. And obviously the job is being done as we are getting news regularly of Ukrainians hitting more and more strategic Russian positions and taking more and more land. Like, we're good. So...
For lunch, here we have these cans. With
billions of leopards, heck yeah. Also 5 different patriots are here.
Italian main dishes in general.
Nice.
And, of course, to eat like that, the cold is not good. But if you make it warm, you can put like that.
Oh. Oh, bro, this is so fucking cool, because she has a whole thing where, like, you put water into the baggie, and then the baggie heats up the water and makes your pizza. And he has a thing where you have to, like, light a fire. This is why Americans don't have healthcare.
That's actually pretty good.
Oh.
It tastes, I don't know if you've ever had, is it minestrone or minestrone soup?
Oh, okay.
But the sauce kind of tastes like that, and then, I don't know.
If you like the lunch more than the dinner, like than the lunch, you can.
Patriots? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. They're all blown up by Russia. All 5 of them you had.
Oh, nice.
Beans and pasta.
Okay, that looks really, that sounds actually really good.
And then we have, okay, chicken.
The chicken and jelly.
Yes, and another bar. So.
Nice. Okay, let's do the chicken and jelly.
What is?
It's not bad. It's just, it's like a weird texture, especially in jelly. But it's not that bad.
This is
Why would you?
Macedonia, the mix of fruit.
It kind of throws me back to when I go to school, when I used to go to school or high school, and my mom would pack me lunches, and she'd either give me like the applesauces or the little plastic cups with all the fruit in them. But I really like the fruit cup. I really like the fact that it comes with candies and the toothbrush and toothpaste.
Nice.
I really enjoyed it. I like how much stuff you got with it. I think in terms of how easy it is to carry around, probably like a 5. But just like overall experience, I'd say about a 7 or 8. Yeah. I really liked the ravioli. I didn't like the chicken and the meat and the jelly.
I understand. 8, because in general, when you are out there, it's quite good to do not have so many things to carry. Exactly.
Aww.
And, you don't need to survive with this for a lot of years, but just for a short period. So I think it's good.
They can't. They refuse to. They refuse to. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Okay. You go to Italy right now. You're going to hear people like listening to English songs, just chilling, vibing, understanding every single word. You walk up to them and you're like, "Hey guys, you speak English?" They're going to be like, "No." American MRE is more convenient. Yeah, it's because they don't have a healthcare, so they can put a lot of cash money into developing their shit. Like, she put water in it and got to heat it up, dude. Dude, how cool is that shit? How cool is that shit? We have nothing similar. Wait, was there a link to like a Croatian one? Was that a meme? Because I swear to God, if that was a meme, I'm gonna cry. I don't have the link previews since very recently, so I'm just kind of scared of looking at stuff you people recommend me to look at. I don't trust you, losers. Steve. Oh, nice. It actually is a Croatian one. Nice. Let me see. Oh wait, is this the one that like was doing these reviews and then he did one for China and then he didn't post for a while? Yeah. Here. He did one for China and then he wasn't posting for a while and people were joking that like he tried the Chinese one and got poisoned. Oh, he actually got poisoned. Wait, I thought that was a meme. He actually got food poisoning. Holy shit. Well, that sucks. He ate a World War One Marine. He was okay, but he ate the one of of China and got food poisoning.
This is an armed forces of the Republic of
Individualni borbeni obrok. Type 2. This is type 2.
It's a 24-hour ration that was sent in to me by Combat Rations, another MRE reviewing channel run by some awesome dudes, Demir,
Chinese
Aster,
MRE was the only thing he has ever eaten that got him sick.
So let's check this
Shit!
out.
You eat stuff from like more than 100 years ago, you're
They do
GG.
some really great reviews.
You
Check out the
eat
channel,
something
put a description below.
from China and you fucking die.
This is all about. Just a simple cardboard box inside.
Oh.
All right, so it essentially says the same thing on the outside pack.
Yeah, show me what
and
you're
the
eating.
link. Yeah, that's right. Got 2 15-gram instant orange drinks.
Is that Cedevita?
60 grams of peppered biscuit.
Nice.
Pretty cool. What's that?
Pineapple.
Got some pineapple rings and some papaya.
Nice.
All right. Oh, so here's a instant black tea with peach flavored, enhanced with vitamin
China in this
C.
conflict. I think China is doing.
Got a nice 50-gram bar of chocolate.
I think China is being on the side of China, basically. I think China will keep on doing whatever is the most profitable to them. I do think this, the way the West responds to this is going to have... Hey, Podravka!
Some beef
Podravka!
luncheon meat, 200 grams.
Podravka!
95-gram thing of liver pate.
By the way, I gotta let you know, like, these things, this is like shit you buy in a store. This isn't like fancy military shit or whatever, unique military shit. Like, you can go to a store right now and buy this. I didn't know that. Because, like, the Slovenian one, it doesn't have that. Slovenian one actually has, like, baggies of food and everything. Yeah, Podravka is one of our, like, biggest factories when it comes to this. They're great, but, like, all the stuff he has shown so far... By the way, this is Ivar. No, this is ketchup. Where's Ivar? We are... Listen, I have to flex with this on you, okay? You have to be aware of the Balkan drama regarding this. Sit back, let me educate you. You know how there's often countries... See, goveji goulash. There's often countries which are close to each other and then they share certain parts of their food. And then they don't know where a specific food brand came from, right? So like you have a lot of like cookies or whatever, soups that are claimed by many different nations in a specific part. Well, we got Ivar here in Balkans. Ivar is food that we don't know who owns it. We don't know who it belongs to. There was famously a very huge drama at one point when Dua Lipa was asked what is the food she likes the most from her country, and she said Ivar, and Serbs got pissed off because they consider Ivar to be specifically Serbian food, like it originated in Serbia and then got spread elsewhere. Basically, okay, very important product. Well, Podravka is the first brand in the world, first brand worldwide, which made Ivar in a squeeze packaging. This thing, my dude, this is unique. Never seen before. Ivar in a squeeze packaging, never, because you always get in those like glass little staklenka. I don't know what's the word for that. I'm gonna translate. Jar? Glass jars. Yes, yes, yes. So this is the first time anyone ever put it in a squeeze packaging. So we're kind of owning it right now, okay? It's ours. When people go out there and they get Ivar, they very often buy this one because it's in a much more easy to use package than Ivar you're usually getting, which means that a Croatian brand has successfully claimed Ivar and it's getting Serbs pissed the fuck off. So yeah, that's what you need to know about basically. That's the drama right now. We took Ivar and Serbs are pissed off. Yeah, there's the spicy one. This is the spicy one. It says ljuti. This means spicy. And then you have a green one, which is not spicy. But we took it from Serbia, and you need to know that, okay? Okay, okay. The same way we took Tesla. Do you know about Croatian Tesla drama? So when you get euros in your country, you can design your own euro coins, right? So when Croatia was given a chance to design our own, we put Tesla on them, which is also a big drama in Balkans because Tesla, he was born on the territory of Croatia, but his family was Serb. So technically, he was a Serb. His family was a Serbian family. His father was Orthodox. His mother was Orthodox. Everyone around him was Orthodox. He was a Serb. But we still like to fight over who claims Tesla because, you know, he was a great man, very well known in the world, and everyone wants to have their own country connected to him. But we are the first ones who took Tesla and put him on Eurocoin, which means Tesla officially is Croatian, the same way that Ivar officially is Croatian. We claimed all of it. Ljuti for the taste? Yeah. Is it? How do you have something similar? No, it's not being a traitor. It's being a victor. Yeah, it's being successful. It's knowing how to grab stuff that values. Tesla is the name of the airport in Belgrade. True, but like no one goes to airports in Belgrade. Everyone uses euro coins. American inventor? Nah, bullshit. He was ours. Do Americans have him on dollars? What do you have? You have dollars? What do you have? What is less than $1? What's dollar broken up in pieces? Do you have him on those? You don't. Cents? It's also called cents. Losers. You stole that from euros. Do you have Tesla on your cents? No, you don't. No, you don't. We do, because he's ours. Okay, so Serbs are still crying. Unironically, they are. they were really, really, really angry over it when we took him. So it was enjoyable, but also Ljuti is dire, fiercey. Oh, a fiercey. Kind of doubt Euro was first to use cents or to take Tesla, because it wasn't the first one to take Tesla. Serbs had Tesla on dinars. Serbs had him on dinars. We just took him anyways. How to use cents? Yeah, I don't know who was the first. I'm saying it was euros because euros are ours and I want us to look superior. But I don't know about the history of numismatics, I guess it would be. I'm not really knowledgeable. I'm not a fucking nerd. I got a relationship, my dudes. I don't follow history of money. Tesla is only overrated if you think he's a Serb. Then you can completely deny the birth of his existence. But if you accept the proper and true fact that he was actually a Croatian, then he was underrated, I would want to say. We need to put statues of Tesla in every single place in the world. Eurocentrist too. True, absolutely.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. We're watching another edition of Break the Fake, where we debunk fake news and combat false narratives. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and let's get rolling.
I wanted to say it's very interesting how he fixed his hair, but I've just now realized this is not the man. This is the other man.
June, the Russian
this is not
Orthodox
the
Church
weird
said
hair
that it
one.
allegedly handed over a group of Ukrainian prisoners of war.
Oh, he's talking about Hungary.
To Hungary. Later, these reports were confirmed by the Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary, who said the handover was a gesture
gotta
of
stop
the
to
Russian
airways.
Orthodox Church towards Hungary. But let's get down to the
Good
details.
luck.
On June 9th, the
We're gonna ban
spokesman
you
of the Ukrainian
automatically.
Foreign Ministry, Oleg Nikolenko, said that the Ukrainian government was not informed about the negotiations between the Hungarians and the Russians regarding the Ukrainian POW transfer.
Dutch?
According to Nikolenko, Budapest's temporary representatives in Ukraine has been summoned to the
Tesla's Dutch because he's most famous for cars made by a South African clown with Dutch ancestry. I can see that. I can accept it. First most base theory is that he's a Croatian. Second one is American. Third one can be Dutch. I accept it. I accept it. As long as he's not a Serb. We go through every single other country before coming to Serbia. Kosovo before Serbia. Prague cake? I don't know which one that is. I don't actually know. Oh, this one. Is that not just chocolate cake? Because that looks just like chocolate cake. Yeah, it looks like chocolate cake. And if it is, then I know what it is.
the Foreign Ministry in Kyiv and handed a letter demanding detailed information about the Ukrainian prisoners of war transferred into Hungarian custody and immediate consular assistance for detainees. According to the spokesman for the Hungarian government, Zoltán Kovács, the POWs went to Hungary of their own free will. Kovács also said that most of the transfer servicemen in custody also had Hungarian citizenship, while the rest received refugee status in Hungary, adding that they are now free to stay in Hungary or leave at any time. And now if you're having trouble wrapping your head around this whole thing, don't worry, it took me way longer than I'd care to admit, but let's try and break it down, shall we? Now, first off, Russia began waging a stealth war against Ukraine in
Serbia is Kosovo
2014,
too.
taking control of some sovereign Ukrainian territory. This smoldering conflict then turned into a full-scale invasion in 2022. In the fighting, the Russians took some Ukrainian defenders prisoner, but instead of arranging an official exchange, as countries that war often do, Moscow simply sent them to Hungary instead. That's pretty far from an exchange, even if it's true that most of the transferred POWs actually have Hungarian citizenship. Maybe the handover is an effect of some secret deal between Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor
Is he gonna
Orbán
talk
and
about-
Putin, because the two of them seems pretty chummy. And as far as citizenship claims,
He doesn't talk about Greater Hungary, but there's a conspiracy. Hey, by the way, I have to show you a fucking video. There's a conspiracy that, not really a conspiracy, I don't consider it as a conspiracy. The idea that if the Russian invasion of Ukraine were to go well, Hungary would be getting the ability to claim the Hungarian part of Ukraine. So, which is why they seem so chill with this situation too, is because they kinda want to claim it. They just really want to take it. But when we watch the NATO video, I wanted to show you this after watching the NATO video, because in the NATO video, one of them says, hey, I'm now teaching you like new stuff. I'm going to show you how to do this, like things that we need to do, and I'm gonna show you some new modern stuff. And it reminds me of this one video, because it's a video of the 225th Battalion, which captured Russians north of Bakhmut without a live fight. So basically they captured one of them, and they said that they put an explosive device on his back, and then he needs to go and get his dudes to surrender if they don't want to get blown the fuck up. Hungarians and Poles, not really. They're okay. They're okay because they're both corrupt little fuckers. So they keep each other's backs in European Union, and because of this, they like each other.
Пидор, ты один? Сюда иди ко мне. Быстро шляпа, бегом. Где оружие, сука? Пидорас. Давай иди сюда. Ко мне. Ну ты гуманитарка, сука. Иди сюда, ко мне. Понял, куда попал? Понял. Где еще? Все, на землю садись. На землю. Вот это было еще? Со мной?
Super Joker. It worked well though. It worked well. Like without fight. Without a fight. Also, I do like it how at one point he just goes like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna get them back, and then we're gonna replace them for 40 of our dudes, and you're gonna go back to Mother Russia." That's it. Like I think it's kind of impressive how the priority is getting as many Ukrainians back home as possible. I don't know, it reminds me of those two. I don't know if you remember, but there was this interview with a nurse, military medic is the word. And basically they asked her at one point of the interview, like, oh, what would happen if like you went into a front line and there was Ukrainian soldiers, but there was like Russian soldiers. Would you help them survive too, or would you rather, you know, just focus on Ukrainian ones and then whatever happens to Russians happens? And she was like, no, I would save all of them, because when you save Russian lives, you ensure that you can put these people into the exchange process, and then you can get more Ukrainian soldiers back. You can save more Ukrainian soldiers from whatever is happening there. So yeah, like of course I would save Russians too, not because I particularly care about them, but because they can be replaced for Ukrainians.
Смотри, мы тебе сейчас все покажем, все будет нормально. Вернешься ко мне, я сниму детонатор, понял?
Czech and Slovakia are good ones. I don't even know what they're doing too much right now. I would need to look into that.
Все, не бойся, вставай, просто на спину не облокачивайся, все взорвется. Можно, да. Да кури, давай, ну все можно, оно там крепко зафиксировано. Что ты очкуешь?
Can I just let you know that like in Scottish chat right now, they're talking about how Russia destroyed 440 Ukrainian MiGs. So yeah, GG.
Давай лучше потихоньку. Кубик. Контроль. Кубик. Доходишь. Там не то, что было сломано, видишь, прямо. Нет, какое-то большое, вот прямо, вот там труп лежит. Видишь?
Here it is.
Пройди 50 шагов. Посмотри, есть ли там кто-то. Посмотри, и вернись. Если кого-то увидишь, да, иди смотри.
They built a prisoner of war camp and wouldn't let the guards sleep inside until all the prisoners had housing. Damn, really? Nice. Oh, nice.
Лучше тот бой, который не состоялся. Так, мы в украинцев переоделись, понял? Мы разведка, ветераны. ЧВК ветераны. Он ему что говорит? Впереди что ему говорит? Тот, кто встречал только что. Мы крайний пост, понял? Да. Ну, блин, вас кидают как дураков. Ладно, Чара, смотри. Мы хохлы, понял? Уже понял, да? Мы вас перевалим сейчас, но если все будешь делать, как мы сказали, будет все нормально. Ну ты уже у нас попал, ты понял? Пойди его прими. Че ты, батя, ранен? Бать, ранен? Колено? Проходи, посиди маленько. Куда? Вперед? Вперед? Ну проходи, посиди маленько, тут сейчас будет работать птичка, проходи.
Иди сюда. Ты, сука, ищешь? Руки, сука. Да, сука, сядь. Сука, иди сюда. Ты дебил, мы хохлы, сука. Иди сюда. Ты понял? Прикрываем. Без геройства. Чё, быстрей, помогай, ты 300-й, быстрей. Сюда, хлопчик. Давай. А еще один есть? А? А где еще? Заходи сюда. Здорово. Заходи. Вот, на его глаза посмотри. Все понял? Тут никто играться не будет. Смотри. Там пустая позиция уже. Никого нет. Да все, слюни подотри. Ты болеешь чем-то? Здоров? Зэк?
Там открытое место, поэтому не стреляли. Там, походу, не один.
Все, пацаны, назад.
Does it get TOS? Because I have not seen the end. Hey, how's Prigozhin doing, by the way? Hey, how's he doing? I haven't seen him post anything in a while. Is that a lie? Who did I see post recently? Overall, yeah, that's the part of the video I gotta see. They managed to get them because there's like a stick, and you also see it somewhere here. They just put a fucking stick on his back. It's like a random ass stick, but they told him that it's an explosive device, and he actually fell for it. Like, come on. He was molding about Russia losing? Really? I have not seen that. Who did I see post? No, I saw Girkin, bitch. I think I saw Girkin, bitch. About the fact that Russia is already losing. No. Wait. No, he commented on the bridge. What is this? Red lines have been absent for us for a long time. All that's left are brown stripes on underwear.
Коричневые полоски на трусах. Каждый раз после того, как противник наносит удары по нашей территории, рассказывают историю о том, что был ночной удар ракетами. Как правило, бьют по трансформаторам придомовым, не нанося никакого ущерба противнику. И поэтому, почему есть возможность у противника наносить удары по российской территории? Потому что руководство Минобороны никого не интересует победа. Всех интересует только одно – возможность сохранения своего поста как можно дольше, чтобы не пришла ответственность за то, что они сотворили во время СВО. У нас уже давно красные линии отсутствуют. Остались только коричневые полоски на трусах. Каждый раз после того, как противник наносит...
I fucking love him. I fucking love him so much. He's just angry. The entirety of a thing he's doing is just being angry, and that's it. Grr, grr, I'm angry over this, I'm angry over that, I'm pissed off because we're losing, I'm pissed off because we're not getting ammo, and that's it. And he just keeps on being angry and then, like, doing nothing really. I don't know. Hey! Hey! Hey, also, fresh news. Fuck, I need to figure out why my Twitter here is not working properly. Oh, it's working now. Nice, now it's working. Check this out. New resolution designates Wagner Group and Kadyrov's Guard as terrorist organizations. Bro. Wait, what? What is this one then? What? The same? It can't be the same one. What? What? I need news from now. Like literally now. Today. Okay, let me see this. They also called for a complete ban of Russian and Belarusian athletes from Olympics. What? Two proper votings today? Decision was adopted by 71 votes in favor and 4 against. I want to see who the 4 are. Nice though. Pays calls on the national representatives of the IOC, national and international sports federations to express their opposition to the IOC's proposal to allow Russian and Belarusian athletes to participate in the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris, even as neutral athletes. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. What was this then? Updated 2 minutes ago. Guterres, UN Security General, called out Russia on Thursday for killing 136 children in Ukraine in 2022, adding its armed forces to a global list of offenders, according to a report to the UN Security Council. Russian armed forces used 91 children as human shields. What? UN verified that Russian armed forces and affiliated groups injured 518 children and carried out 480 attacks on schools and hospitals. What the hell? 212 attacks by Ukrainian side? Bro, how? 80? $136? Holy shit! $15-member Security Council covers the killing, maiming, sexual abuse, abduction or recruitment of children, denial of aid, access and targeting of schools and hospitals. Shit. Wait, what is this? So we go here, and then we go... okay, we go up there, and then these are like the freshest ones. And then there's a closing summary, which is this. Okay, fair. Downing of drones based. Navalny. We have some updates from Reuters about Russia's Supreme Court reportedly rejecting a challenge by Navalny to prison officials' refusal to give him writing equipment. His complaint reportedly alleged that the authorities had no right to deny him the pen and paper that were provided to all inmates merely because he was in a punishment cell without a table or because there was no space in his prison schedule for writing. I'm not asking for extra food. I'm not asking for a Christmas tree to be put in my cell. We're talking about the basic human right to have a pen in the cell and a sheet of paper to write a letter or complaint to the court. Fair. In order to have them fetch a can of coffee out of my things and bring it to the cell, I have to write an application. Navalny's complaint made it through a series of lower courts before being definitely thrown out by the Supreme Court. Definitively. Holy shit. Russian rights? Yeah. My man is in Russia and he's like, well, the human rights. Dude, what do you think? Making my own political reforms to open way for European Union based. Brazilian president says he had discussed the war between Russia and Ukraine with his South African counterpart. Great. Oh, that's it? Wait, I wanted to see this. What do they mean about like key elements of their peace plan ended up being rebuffed by Vladimir Putin? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? We talked about the next BRICS summit and about President Ramaphosa's trip to Kiev and St. Petersburg, as well as conversations he had with Zelensky and Putin. And then we have this. Must be assumed that this offensive potential of the adversary is not exhausted. A series of strategic reserves are not employed, and I ask that the reality be taken into account. Okay, fair. That's fair. Kind of makes me sad that he is getting proper news, actually. I was kind of hoping that he would still be very
facts
stupid.
Were presented to back it up. But if we assume that it is actually true, then it's starting to look like
The meeting with propagandists probably taught him what the reality
wouldn't be that
is.
surprising, given their fondness of secret deals with dictators. In fact, in 1939, they had one with Hitler. Back then, Transcarpathia was under Hungarian occupation, but Budapest failed to win the hearts and minds of those local populace, and the arrival of Soviet troops in the region in 1944 was received by the local as a liberation. Maybe Orban is looking to breathe new life into this idea. And what's the response of the average Russian to all of this? Well, they don't care and will think whatever their beloved Tsar wants them to. Public support for Putin is still running high. Not only that, according to Polish daily Rzeczpospolita, May interview with Lev Lutkov, the head of the Levada Center, one of the last independent political research organizations, has been noting some upticks in response to Kremlin's aggressive propaganda. Gutkov also added that only anywhere between 15 and 20% of Russians ever seek out independent sources of information. We could just as well call this
How would you calculate that?
stupor the silence of the lambs, especially since a Russian leader, while nowhere near as charming as Hannibal Lecter, far surpasses him in terms of actual body count.
How would you figure out it's 15 to 20?
Ну, слушай, я не берусь отвечать на это как-то. Либо да, либо нет, но если так происходит, значит в этом есть смысл.
Как вы думаете, ради чего это? Я вам сейчас скажу. Это ради стабильности будущей. Потому что если бы наши не вступили вот в эту борьбу, то нас бы уже Белгородской области давно бы не было, если бы начали Украина. Они никого не щадят и не жалеют. Они не жалеют даже своих украинцев. Они их бомбили 8 лет. Никто им не помогал, все закрывали глаза, и также мы, Россия, тоже как бы поддерживали, но ничего не могли сделать с этим. Мы ждали, когда Европа остановит этот беспредел. Но что получилось? Они, оказывается, нас обманывали, как теперь Меркель заявила, и ждали, и вооружали Украину для того, чтобы... Для чего? Напасть на этих людей, уничтожить их, понимаете, уничтожить. Не то, чтобы завоевать свою землю, а уничтожать. Поэтому я поддерживаю эту операцию и считаю, что Путин поступил абсолютно правильно. Если бы мы не начали первые, тогда было бы вот этих жертв, как вы говорите, намного больше.
Знаете, я отвечу так, что мы защищаем нашу родину, наши мальчики защищают нашу страну, свою страну, в которой выросли, родились и... Мы просто обязаны это сделать, только потому что должны. Это все.
Ну, а что значит просто должны?
Просто должны защищать свою родину, своих людей и помогать людям, которые нуждаются в помощи.
Что значит, ради чего они погибли? Наши люди там погибают ради родины, ради приказа президента, ни больше, ни меньше.
А украинцы?
Украинцы погибают ради чего они там воюют, я не знаю.
Ну, вот я много вижу людей англоязычных, которые уверены в том, что Россия проиграет в этом конфликте, и, собственно, мы будем платить репарации и восстанавливать Украину и так далее.
История циклична. Сколько войн было за все это мироздание?
Was that? Who said it? Who said it? Because he said it too, but one of the 1420 women also said it, didn't they? History is cyclical. Is that like Solovyev said it? Who said it? Someone had to make that quote, now they're repeating it around as parrots. I'm pretty sure if you look at like Simonyan's speeches recently or so on, you're going to find exactly the same quote. One of the judges of the International Criminal Court, who issued the arrest warrant for Putin, is now wanted in Russia. Shit. I'm sure he feels horrible about inability to go to Russia. I would be heartbroken.
Была великой державой, и она должна оставаться и великой, и никому не давать себя захватить, поэтому происходит то, что сейчас происходит в мире.
What would they even like accuse him of?
Я слышу ответ, то, что
Being
нас хотят
against
развалить,
Putin?
что все это было затеяно, чтобы развалить Россию.
Развалить Россию, конечно, это всегда было, во все времена, развалить Россию. Но
Anytime all other people want to in Russia.
Сильна.
Now we'd like to close
I
off
like
today's episode with our favorite babushkas. We don't know about
It's
you,
very
but
Serbian
we definitely
mindset.
miss them
With
as of
every
late here at
second
Break the
of every
Fake.
day,
But
people
let's
wanna
be
destroy
serious
us.
now. Our silver-haired ladies have a very, very important message for President Biden.
Okay.
It turns out that they have been told by a reliable source, no doubt, that all Polish men have already been killed on Ukrainian soil. Sorry, babushkas, but we have to call malarkey on that one. I mean, I can see a bunch of Polish men here at the studio. Over there, one guy there. Hey, yeah, he's waving back. So yeah, the claim doesn't exactly look foolproof, but who knows? Maybe they know something that we don't. Let's take a look.
Байден, ты искупался в крови украинцев? Искупался. Теперь ты купаешься в крови поляков.
Why are the ones in the back just standing there? Like, look at this one.
Умывайся кровью и наслаждайся этим. Достаточно, прекрати. Уже у поляков нет мужчин, никто же не вернется с фронта. Женщины, полячки, уже с войны с украинской никто не вернется. И ваши мужчины, поляки, уже давным-давно их никого нету. Что вы будете делать? Ну вы представляете, что же вы терпите, почему вы не прекратите?
Ironic.
Никого не посылайте.
Actual lobotomy victims, now that you mention it.
Абсолютно мужчин у вас убили. Все солдаты там полегли. Что вы ждете? Не
Damn.
губите своих мужчин.
Did I hear about that from
Победа
Polish
будет только за нами. Не оставим ни одного поляка на территории.
battalion, and they think
Байден,
those
ты
were...
доигрался. В украинской крови выкупался. Теперь до поляков добрался. Выкупался. Ты что думаешь, победа твоя будет? А твоей стране никогда тебе не выиграть Россию. Запомни раз и навсегда, что Россия, матушка, была всегда непобедима. И будет непобедима, потому что дух у нас русский. И Божий дух. Она всегда благословленная земля. Запомни раз и навсегда. Мы не надо, мы до тебя дойдем, до белого вашего дома.
Is this a psyop?
Остановись, пока не поздно. Остановись. Ты куда не влезешь, вечно разжигаешь огонь.
Was this like made by Americans to mock Russia?
Сколько тебе можно быть? Уже 80 лет, уже падаешь на самолете и везде. И ты все руководишь. Это что за президент? Это не
You fool everyone.
Всегда Россия побеждала и никогда не отступала. Мы будем бороться так, чтобы дошли до твоего Белого дома, и чтоб ты знал, и весь народ знал, и все люди мира знали, что Россия непобедимая. Ребята знают, за что они воюют. Они воюют за Родину, за счастье своих народа нашего, за наших детей, матерей и своих жен. А ты купаешься в крови, уничтожаешь народы. Где люди, которые пошли тебе помогать? Украине. Все лежат в земле.
I want to see the other two. She's talking for too long.
80.
Give the spotlight to someone else.
Мало тебе. Ты хочешь и Венгрию, ты хочешь Францию.
Maybe this is Tractor.
Всех.
She went home after this and logged on to Twitch TV, came here in our chat.
Русские женщины, проклинаем. Вот так. Мир принесет.
Oh, here's the one looking around.
Yeah, Granny seems to be missing their pills. But as of now,
Bro, you
this
should
concludes our
cut
edition
out
of Break
the
Fake.
other
For more
one. I
news,
wanted to
update,
see
and
what this one's gonna say. Do they have a link to it? No, they don't? Dude! They have a Twitter? They do? Why wouldn't you post the whole fucking video? I wanna see. Nyeh. Oh? Smuggling thousands of people from Africa to Italy? Ooh. Paris? What? Why are they? Why are the French is having some explosions? What is this? What is this? Did they do some protest again? Did they have to protest again? Did something happen? Holy shit! I guess we will not be. No kid zones spread across South Korea, excluding parents from entering some public areas. Fucking based. Fucking based. I'm getting a house in the middle of this fucking area. No kids. You wanna have kids? Fuck off. I need this. I need this. Oh shit. Russia threatened Romania not once but twice today? What? Why? Holy shit. A busy day. A busy day. What the hell? What the fuck? The fuck is this? New luxury flying taxis? The fuck is that? You guys remember when we saw that American monstrosity? Which is a helicopter, but it's a plane, but it's a helicopter, but it's a plane. A volocopter is like that. Like, he's kind of not supposed to look like this, but he looks like this. And he flies. But he's not supposed to. It's like that opening to the B movie, in which they go like, oh, these animals are not supposed to fly, but they do. That's how I feel about the helicopters that Americans keep on making. That's a demon helicopter they have. Oh shit, dude, that the scary one, the like long one. Sanctions. Okay, we saw that. We saw. Hey, did I show you the sanctions? I didn't show you the sanctions, right? Wait, let me try to find this. I had it open, and I wanted to show it to you. Yeah, we agreed on the 11th package of sanctions against Russia. So that's kind of cool. It includes measures aimed at countering sanctions, a convention, and individual listings. Now, it took a long time to agree on it because Hungary and Greece were bitching about it, because Hungary and Greece both were among countries which were supposed to be punished by this because they help Russia circumvent sanctions. So that was kind of cool. Their so-called governor of Kherson threatened that Russia will blow up a bridge linking Romania and Moldova. And the second time was when Solovyev threatened to nuke the country. Shit! Russians be doing some business today. Damn. Wait, how? Fuck, I wanna see Solovyev. Do we think? No, I didn't want to go to TVP World. I wanted to go to my playlist little thing. So I could find. Okay, here it is. Here it is. How do you always? Hey, oh guys, you can join a fundraiser for getting what? I'm not even sure what this one is for. I'm not even sure what this one is for. Show me what it is for. 2,500. We have already collected 1,633. Dude. Drone for remote mining against tank mines in the enemy's rear. Whoa. 2,500? Guys, if you want to see a drone throw mines at Russian tanks, here's your little linky. Of course, this is humanitarian aid only, just in case Twitch goes, whoa, what are you collecting for? This is humanitarian. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. How do you always have a source? I try to add all of these sources to like my list, and you always, whenever you pop up in chat, you get like a new source. Melitopol and Berdyansk. Armed forces of Ukraine carried out offensive actions in the directions of Bilogorivka, Dibrova, had partial success and are entrenched at the achieved boundaries. Nice. Okay, nice. Oh, that's good. That is good. Hey, we have to look at ISV, by the way. I don't know how ISV is doing. Robotine, reported by Russian sources. If true, then this is a significant breakthrough in Ukraine's counteroffensive. Dude, but like, wait, I had a Dennis video opened. Did I have a Dennis video opened? I did not have a Dennis video opened because I closed it later. But Dennis has a link to military map. Dennis, okay, Dennis, and then I go to... Hey, there's... there's Prigozhin.
Hello, my friends.
I have to go here, and then I find the deep state map, military land, holy shit. And then from this, I try to figure out where I am. Ish. And then I put it on English. Mixed things about the counteroffensive. The thing is, even before the counteroffensive started, we were aware that Westerners are going to be interesting. Something changed here. So last thing, update. Last thing, update. Last thing, update. Hey, I wanted to talk about him, and then I just kind of showed, hey, took this. It was like this, now it's like this. And then I just kind of showed some news on him. Russians pushed a bit here. This is fresh. Russians pushed a bit here. And I think that's it. What did I want to say? From the start of the counteroffensive, I think most of us were aware that for Westerners, if they don't see big lines on a map, they're going to claim that the counteroffensive is not doing well. It was kind of, expected. It's not really a big surprise, I think, in any of our eyes. So the fact that they now think that the counteroffensive is going horribly, of course they do. Like, look, this is, for example, let's go, what date is it today? 22nd. Okay, let's go. So in a week we had these, in 10 days we had these changes, which is relatively a lot for a country trying to break through defenses, which Russia has been creating for months, right? Like, it's doing well as we would expect it. But we were aware that for Westerners, if they don't see big lines move on a map, they're not going to know there's a success. We had like an interesting conversation on this stream on point, which was like how many people see Ukraine right now hitting Russian military bases, but because there's no line on a map changing, they don't see it as an actual victory, right? So like Russia hits a bridge connecting Crimea to the mainland. Ukraine hits a bridge connecting Crimea to mainland, which is a big thing for Ukraine because it destroys Russia's supply routes, right? But for people who are waiting for lines on a map to change, for them, the fact that Ukraine has hit a bridge means nothing if you don't see like blue area here suddenly. So I think that's why we're getting like different results from different sources. Part of it is the fact that a lot of people don't know what a counteroffensive is gonna be, and they expected somewhat of a movie thing of just like swiping away all of the Russians. Partially, I think it's also the fact that Ukraine is still practicing information silence. So they are not publishing a lot of stuff at all currently. We're getting nothing. The most we're getting is coming from Russian sources, and Russians are panicking. But it is Russian sources, so you don't want to trust them too much. Base? Oh yeah, I know which base you mean. Yeah, that too. True. Like it's going to be, so far it's going well. As well as we could have expected. We will see what happens later, but so far it's doing well, to be honest. They're taking ground. They are being okay. Hitting more and more stuff. You get updates. Who is posting updates on Twitter? Someone. I follow one account on Twitter. I'm not sure which one, but they post. You're gonna make me bonk. They post updates on explosions whenever explosions happen. And there's always a lot of them, like daily. There's always a lot of them, like huge fires happening in Russia or on Russia-occupied territories. So, Russia's attack helicopters up their game in Ukraine. Oh yeah, I've heard that they are deploying their helicopters. Yes. K-52 attack helicopters recently evaded 18 missiles. Now, Eurasian times is kind of interesting. So be careful on these. But yeah, it is true that they're deploying helicopters. But don't trust Eurasian times too much. Systems may be effective against multi-mode missiles. As the source states, it uses powerful jamming to disrupt radar-guided missiles. Okay. The source, when they say the source, do they mean Eurasian times? One helicopter in battle should be able to destroy 17 times the value in tanks before being killed. Shit. Damn. Yeah, we need to destroy these. Give the aircraft to Ukraine now. The fact they are resorting to using them tells you something about the desperation. Okay, yeah, that's too valid. Valid point. Is that?
Как вот русские живут. И так.
Fair. Fair enough. By limited, I mean limited. Yeah, I've heard something about... wait, was it them? Which they had around 120 off. Or is it something else? Am I mixing it up right now with something else? Something that they have... something they are having. They had 120 of them, approximately. And we know approximately 30 got destroyed. So they still have a lot, but not as much. Oh yeah, artillery, I could imagine.
Let's go for the front lines review. We have some interesting message from Prigozhin. He says that the situation is getting worse for the Russian army. Today he mentioned several of the villages that the Ukrainian army was able to take. He spoke about the Piaty Khatki. Yes, we have it on the military map. But there are some villages that are not yet being confirmed by the deep state map resource. For example, he spoke about the Robotine. He says that the northern part of the village is under control of the Ukrainian army. It means that our forces went at least like that. He also spoke about the Urozhaina village, which is located somewhere near to Staromayorske. It's over here. Let's check out the Russian defense in this area. As you can see, they have the trench over here. So Ukraine tries to bypass the trench from Urozhaina and then here cross the river.
Is that a thing we have? He's here, right? Is that... Can I look at the trenches? I can look at the trenches. I can look at that. Okay. Nice! I can do this. Did you know this? Whoa, I can do this shit. Whoa. I like how it's just like a tiny little one there. Nice though. Okay. Fair. This is cool. Where are the rest of them? Simulation of the use of nuclear weapons. Holy shit, you can do that? Pathogen? What? And what is this? Means of destruction? Choose mean of destruction? Oh, nice. That is cool. That is cool. That is fucking cool. What is the last one? Fires? Whoa. Why is she backing now? Why is it not on fire? Hey, how are our dudes doing that? How are our men doing that? Wait, can I see what the fire is? No, I can't see what the fire is. I can't see what the fire is. I want to see the fire. I want to see why the fire. Nice though. That was cool. I didn't know you can see the front, the defense
so now,
lines.
according to the information which is coming from Prigozhin, it is something like that. Moreover, he says that on the northern part from Tokmak there is the group of the Ukrainian forces. For me, it is not understandable how they were able to get there, because you can see lots of the trenches. But if you believe Prigozhin, he says that the Ukrainian forces
No, Prigozhin is full of shit.
Area.
They did this before. They did a thing before with like claiming that Ukraine took over some villages and then claiming Russia managed to liberate them in order to like falsify a victory. I would say it's that. I'm not really too yeah. No. How the fuck would Ukrainians come all the way there? Come on, like look. Nah, no chance. Happy Neradny Thursday, my dude. Hope you enjoyed your time.
I wouldn't trust that information for now, but speaking about the villages which are close to the front lines, I may say that this information could be correct, and in a couple of days we will see the new military map update, because they have at least 2 days delay just not to open the current positions of the Ukrainian army to
I congratulate you on soaking your ass in the pool real good.
Big question whether we have some sort of the small group of the special forces in that area or not. Prigozhin says that the Russian soldiers are in lack of the ammunition, and their command on the places.
He said that before too.
To the general command in Moscow, but for now they do not have any kind of
have lack of ammunition,
or any
bitch.
kind of the reinforcements for ammunition. He says that they're in lack of the artillery shells as well as in simple grenades. Also, he added that the main plan for Ukraine is to go
you
to
can get
this
coffee
big
inside the pool
lake on the south. It's called Molochny Liman. I think that in general,
like inside you could be chilling and you could be like, can I get some coffee? And you get some coffee.
We were able to cut the supplies for the Russian Federation. That is why they are unable to send new ammunition, new soldiers and reinforcements to that area.
Nice, holy
Maybe
shit,
they will send
nice.
Those in the future,
I want to
but
go
for
see
now
that.
they have
Nice.
Tremendous problems to
Beard,
do it on time.
nice,
Before we
double
continue
nice.
with more
Holy
news
shit,
that
I
are
need to
coming
go
from the
there. I
front
need to
lines,
get
let
drunk
me
as
shout
fuck.
out the sponsor and also the partner
Nice.
of my channel. Yes, it is as usual.
It's a great idea now that I think about it. I don't know why it wasn't available
They
before.
have astonishing deal for my followers, where you can get the Atlas VPN Premium for just $170 per month plus
Done
6
I'm poor as
months for
fuck.
free.
Speak to me.
Because of the multiple devices support from a single account, I'm sure that my laptop,
I need a camera as good as his, by the way, so I could do green screen. I want to do green screen. I want to like put stuff in the back here. I want to put some like precautions around or whatever. Is that paint me like one of your French girls pose?
YouTube channel and Google account. That is why I changed the password and immediately disconnected from that network. That security monitoring is not available for many VPNs, and luckily
Loser.
Atlas VPN got it. You may hear that English is not my native language, so I constantly studied. How I study, I just basically watch the Netflix series, and some of them are not available in my country. That is why I switch on the Atlas VPN to...
I do the same thing, where I'm like, hey, I'm actually studying. I'm not watching stupid ass TV shows. I'm actually studying. There's some stupid ass Korean drama that I watched because my excuse was I'm learning psychology from it, because it was like the main character was psychologist something. I don't know what it was. I don't remember what my excuse was, but I felt productive while watching it, and I was like, this is a learning experience. No, it wasn't. Dennis is doing the same shit. He's like watching Friends there, and he's like, yeah, I'm learning English. No, you're not. No, you're not, my man. You're just being lazy like the rest of us. USSR never attacked anyone as part of a secret agreement. Oh, give me a sec. Molim? Treba bit. Probaj, ali trebalo bi bit. forgot where I was. Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania, Finland, Moldova, so it can in no way be claimed we helped start World War II. Also violated the German-Soviet boundary and friendship treaty that liberated Poland from Poland. This treaty didn't have secret clauses about spheres of influences and us handling prisoners over to the Nazis. They also violated the German-Soviet border and commercial agreement under which we supply them raw materials for war, which helped them conquer Western Europe, sending untold numbers to concentration camps. And also the German-Soviet trade and credit agreement under which we each also got useful goodies. That too. They ended the chance to add to the 7 conferences Soviet NKVD had with Gestapo to manage our joint partition of Poland. That too. Non-English language. Hey, respect my language, okay? This is the first time in your life you're getting to hear Croatian, okay? You're welcome. You're welcome, you fucking losers. You're welcome. When's the next time you're gonna be hearing Croatian? Huh? You're gonna go home, you're gonna listen to your loser language. Not you, DB, but everyone else. Everyone else. When's the next time you're gonna be hearing Croatian? You will not. Because you do not deserve the... What's the word I would use? Privilege of hearing it. Oh!
Воюем мы доблестно, воюем мы уверенно.
Сербия!
Мы сами говорим, а пацаны воюют. Отбиваясь, есть быка, нет быка. У них есть выбор. Я говорил там сейчас с моими друзьями близкими. А то вчера пошли такие странные сообщения, что там, вся. И за ней они стоят на этих направлениях, говорят, да нет, мы стоим жестко. А воюем.
Wait, did we get some news about the submarine? Did we get some news? Is there something fresh on it? Holy shit, the comments are always chaotic on these. They found parts of it? What? Oh. Oh, that is not good. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, I assume if it imploded, they did likely die in the first day, right? Ooh. Oh shit. Some kiddo too. Shit. Man, I kinda hoped they would find him alive still. I don't know, I know it was unrealistic. I was just kinda hoping that they're going to find him alive anyways. Oh yeah, they were looking. I know there were some noises. Yeah, I remember this. Oh yeah, the captain apparently has ignored a lot of safety precautions, right? Yeah, banging noises. Yeah. Shit. But I don't know, the idea of like a father and a son being on the submarine together, this was 9 hours ago, 20 minutes. Ah, shit. in their company leadership. Oh yeah, definitely. They apparently ignored like a bunch of shit. I saw people mentioning something like what was fuck. Let me try to find this. Because I had it somewhere. But what was a part of that submarine that wasn't even supposed to go to this depth? Do you guys remember that? Like one part of the submarine was not missing. OceanGate CEO aboard Titanic sub complained safety is pure waste in an interview. One part of it, but I don't know which one, but one part of it was a part that was not supposed to go where it went. That's what I know. That's everything I know. Ventilation systems, even the controller was running on a wireless connection. Shit. Dude. Oh no. Apparently though, I've heard that like us mocking the controller is kind of silly, because apparently like it's kind of normal to use a controller to move these little shits around. Not like, I don't know if it's that controller, but apparently that's like a normal way to control them. People are ready to pay millions to go to space. The country doing it will gladly take their taxes and net income. Oh yeah, let's let it slide if it's not perfect. It's just like, dude, I don't know, that's fucking tragic, okay? 1 day ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, yeah, this is everything older. It's like, I guess the 20 minutes from USA Today was the last one that we got, right? Live updates 4 minutes ago. 11 minutes ago. Man, that is fucking sad. Hey, by the way, when I was reading about this yesterday, you know what I've learned about? Do you guys know about the Kursk submarine accident? Because people were like posting it around as like, hey, you want to hear about another tragedy that happened? Where like the submarine had an accident and just like fucking killed almost everyone on board. Here's one of them. And yeah, this one was huge. And as far as I understand, they had like military exercise, right? They had a military exercise. And I've never seen this image. Or maybe I did, but I forgot about it. I don't know. But like I saw so many people posting it yesterday. And then I went to read about it. And holy shit. It's like the explosion happens. And other boats in the area, they hear the explosion. And they're like, hey, Russians, did your submarine just fucking explode? Like, do we need to go look for these people? And the Russians were like, no, we're good. You heard nothing. Let's just chill for a bit and wait for them to come up. And then they didn't. And then when at the time we went to like try to save these people, it was already too late. And a bunch of them died in like the most fucking sad way, because some of them were killed immediately. Where does it say? So some of them were killed immediately, but then, yeah, 23 sailors took refuge in a small compartment and they survived for more than 6 hours. But then oxygen ran low and they tried to replace a potassium superoxide chemical oxygen cartridge. I've got no idea what it is, okay? But they tried to replace it. But then that fell into the oily seawater and exploded. And a fire broke out and killed a bunch of other people. Like, the most fucking tragic thing ever. But also the fact that like these people managed to survive for 6 hours, and yet at the same time Russia was like, nah, it's all okay. All's okay, all's good. No need to like go and check what's happening. Putin just continued his fucking vacation Putin was just chilling around, authorized the Russian Navy to accept the British and Norwegian assistance only after 5 days had passed. I don't know. I don't know. Fucking heartbreaking. Just ridiculous. Their way of dealing with the problem was to ignore it until it was already too late. And then they were like, yeah, we might as well go and check out where our sailors are. Bro. Even a small drone can cause a big bang. Is this gonna get not safe for work? By the way, there's a okay. What was that? Oh no, rip the drone. Rip the drone. Just a bunch of mines? Why would you pile them up so close to each other though? Just like on a pile. Just like, hey guys, here's a bunch of mines we got. Just blow them up. Like, seems like a very good target. So much Chernobyl. Oh shit, yeah, that's true, that's true. They ignored the tragedy of Chernobyl so much that they got their soldiers to dig into the fucking ground there. So yeah, I guess they're doing that right now with like the poisonous waters that they caused by destroying the dam. Do you know how Putin reacted when he was asked what happened to Kursk? Oh no, I don't know if I want to know how he reacted. I'm not sure if I wanna be educated on that. How bad was it? On a scale of 1 to 10. How fucking bad? Like, you guys know I'm not the one to be mourning, you know, the lives of occupants right now. But I don't know, there's just something fucking heartbreaking about how easy it is for leadership to just kind of chunk people around, just like, you know, few dead there, few dead there, few people killed here, few people killed here. We're continuing on whatever we wanted to do, as if no one has died. Jesi probala ili ima vode? Ah, okay. One is a tragedy, 1,000 is stick, yeah. It's drowned, that's it? Man went, yeah, it's gone. I'm gonna go back to do my vacation. Hey, I've seen this, by the way. What's up with this one? Someone started a conspiracy the plane was supposed to go and bomb Belarus out of existence. Can't park that, mate.
You tell me, what happened with the submarine?
Она утонула.
Is that the submarine? Hey, fucking cruel, fucking cruel, fucking cruel. Fucking evil. I mean...
Watch my favorite series with Atlas with perfect point.
Hey, we gotta watch Dennis until the end, and I gotta do a raid soon, and then I have to leave because it's already a bit later than I thought it would be. Okay.
Below 6 for instance, so coming from
okay, let me see this.
He said that Ukrainian forces landed in Hola Pristin. So
I hoped they would be found alive, but at the same time, like, I guess it getting imploded was less tragic than the possibility of them just kind of slowly suffocating to death, because the idea of like a father and a son together trapped in a submarine and just slowly dying, it has been haunting me. So, you know, it's like, okay, I mean, not okay, but not as horrible as it could have been. I don't know, it's just fucking heartbreaking. Despite the fact, you know, yeah, it is funny to mock them because of ignoring the safety regulations and everything. At the same time, it's like, I actually have a fear of like deep waters. A huge fear of deep waters. Like, as I was at the seaside for the first time in basically almost like my entire life. I was at the seaside last year, and me and my boyfriend, we went out like into very, very deep sea at one point, and we went like diving and shit, and bro, it was the scariest experience ever. Like, I was so tense the whole time, and nothing even happened. Like, nothing was happening, nothing was going on. It's just so scary. It is terrifying. I don't know how people do that shit. So now with the submarine getting fucking imploded, I think I'm fearing it even more than I used to fear it before. I don't know, man. It's not like something can you, everything can kill you. Everything. I kept on looking around for those like jellyfishes and everything. Like, it's terrifying. It is terrifying. And then I read so many horror stories of people like getting stung by jellyfishes and dying and whatever. Did you know there's like one of them that just acts like a basically it kills all of your nerves for a while. That is why you die. It just makes you unable to like move any muscle in your body, and you just fucking drown. And there was this one like a Reddit story. I don't even know if it's real. It just scarred me to death, of like a man getting stung by a jellyfish, and they managed to get him out somehow. They managed to like get him out on the surface. And then they were supposed to like pump his heart and give him breathing until like the poison stops working in your body, right? So you can keep a person alive, but you have to like constantly keep the body functioning until the poison itself stops working. And the thing is that like all of the time while the man was out, like he was frozen and his eyes were basically open. And the sun just burnt his eyes fully, and he can't see after that, because like no one thought to just like close them because he was on like open sun. Everyone was like so busy trying to keep him alive that they didn't pay attention to that. And like ever since reading that one, I was like, no, no. I am terrified of deep seas. It is scary as fuck. I'm already terrified of just like existing outside in the summer because of hornets, because we had local situations a few times of people getting stung to death by these animals. So I'm already like, you know, I'm like, I see something move around and I'm like, but in the deep sea, like everything can move in all directions, you know. So it's scarier. It's not like here. Like I know, for example, there's nothing under me right now that can kill me. So that's a safe area. Also, nothing can come from the top. So that's safe too. Something could come from around me, like a wolf or something, or some bug could fly in. But like, you know, at least on some fronts, I'm safe. In the sea, you're never safe. Everywhere around you, danger. You step that down on the seabed, danger. One of those like, you know those like really, really long snails, the ones, the bobbit worm. Bobbit worm could just like, do you guys, are you guys, how many of you are long time stream viewers? Do you know the bobbit worm story? Do you know how a bobbit worm got its name? That was one of my favorite stream segments we did, like back when we were still doing zoology segments. Great white has been spotted off Sicily. Holy shit. But a bobbit worm is this. And a bobbit worm, let me show you what it does. A bobbit worm was actually the inspiration. How many of you played Mass Effect? How many of you played Mass Effect? There's a treasure maw in Mass Effect, and it was based on a bobbit worm. It's like a huge worm, and it just goes around and eats shit, okay? But here's what you need to know, okay? Bobby Twam, he snaps a fish in half. Let me show you. It's very important for the story about how it got its name. So it kind of exists there under the sea. Here it is. And let me show you what it does to a fish. It's important so you can imagine the situation properly. It looks like this. It's a disgusting little thing, okay? It just goes on forever.
And some specimens grow to twice the length of a man.
Twice the length of a man, bitch. You know what that means? You step on the seabed, he grabs you, and you like swim up there, and you're still like trying to drag him out from the ground because he's that long. He just keeps on going. But the fish, I need to show you the fish. Here's the fish, okay? Here's how he hunts. So he kind of exists. This is his chill pose. And then a fish comes too close. I don't really know when it happens in the video.
But fish are fast, and the sand strikers are feeding blind.
That thing of him possibly grabbing your Johnson, that's going to be important for this story.
If one of their antennae is triggered, or if a shadow lingers.
That's going to be important for why he got the name. He tried so hard.
Patience.
Fuck, I'm just waiting for him to catch something so I could tell you the story. Come on, come on, come on, little fish. This is you when you dive around. He didn't snap it. He didn't snap it. In some videos he snaps it. Okay, he just kind of goes through it.
And the sand strikers are just getting started.
And the reason why this is important for you to know is because Bobbitt Worm got a name from Lorena Bobbitt. Oh, John and Lorena Bobbitt case. It mentions it here. And John and Lorena Bobbitt case was basically Lorena Bobbitt was abused by her husband for quite a long time. And one evening she had enough. So what she did is she went into the bedroom and snapped off his dick with scissors. And then went into a car and called the police on herself and took the pee-pee and just like chunked it into some nearby field. The police, of course, went to look for it, managed to find the damn thing, and actually managed to stitch it back, by the way. John Bobbitt has later made an interesting career as a porn star. He made a movie called Frankenpenis. So, yeah. But the important part of the story is that because of like her snapping off his dick, it became like a very, very viral story. And this was around the time when this worm was discovered to be a beast. So when people were like, hey, what name should we give to this worm? Of course, many people were like, hey, you remember that woman who like sliced off her husband's penis? That's kind of what Bobbitt does, what this worm does to fishes. It snaps them. Why shouldn't we name him Bobbitt? So they named it Bobbitt. Now he's a Bobbitt worm. That's a fun little story for you people. This is John. John sucked on me. Where does it say about his fucking yeah, John Wayne Bobbitt's Frankenpenis. And then John Wayne Bobbitt uncut. Get it? Uncut. Because he was cut. It's just the most ridiculous story ever. But he was a menace after this too. So, like, you know, it is kind of generally accepted that he actually was a menace in their marriage too, because after this event, he didn't really become any better, to be fair. He was just like the piece of shit after it too. So, yeah. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Hey, by the way, I have to finish Dennis and then I have to go to sleep.
And Ukrainian forces are already
Watch
over
party?
here.
You want
now it is the small
illegal?
group of the soldiers,
Illegal.
but later on there will be more, he says. If we zoom out from the area, you can see that there are some lines of defense. However, because of the flooding in this area, those trenches also were flooded and Russians mostly evacuated from the place. But now the water level went
I'm gonna
down
post a
and
link
they
to the movie on my
returned to their
Discord
positions.
if
However,
you wanna
most
watch it
of
in your
them
own time.
were thrown to
Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to do that? Would I break like Discord rules if I'm like, hey guys, here's Frankum penis if you wanna look into it? Am I allowed to do that? I'm gonna get banned. Nah, I shouldn't. People post weird sex stuff on Discord all the time. Pro-UN, pro-COVID vaccines and pro-globalist. I'm I see the COVID vaccines. Pro-UN, I see that. I see that. I'm not sure how I feel about globalism. Not sure. You're going to be fapping on some dudes. Uncut cock. That is weird. That is weird. Like, we all know who's gonna be the main person in that porn movie, and it's gonna be John Wayne Bobbitt. That is an interesting preference you got there.
Zaporizhzhia area to reinforce the Russian soldiers in that side. And now Ukraine will probably concentrate the forces to cross the Dnieper River and try to advance towards Crimea, because here you can see there are not many significant defense lines compared to Zaporizhzhia area.
Shit, look at them.
Which is coming from
Wait, like, so we could technically like
from the Russian side, Russia started to dig down to the ground over here near to Armansk urgently, because they do afraid that the Ukrainian army will take this direction as the priority one to get to Crimea. And we may measure the distance from Kherson area, so it's 88 kilometers. Well, it could be one of the main directions of the Ukrainian counterattack. Who knows? But for that, we need lots of the
I don't know
supplies
how
on the
he
other part of the
measures
Dnieper
this
River,
distance.
since the water level went down.
Like, I don't know what you press on this. I guess he's using this one. No, choose means of destruction. Ru. Oh, he's doing it like this. Ah, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, okay, okay. I thought it would be this one, but this one is another thing. Storm Shadow. Artillery range. Select firing position. I want to fire my Storm Shadow from here. Whoa. Whoa. Can I get Shibekino? Can I get Shibekino? I can. I could get Belgorod. Huh. Putin, Zelensky, and Biden are all for the same globalists? Oh, I don't really agree with that. For me, that carries too much the energy of the elites. It carries too much the energy of like the elites conspiracy theory, so I'm not really too into it. Personally, reminds me of a certain type of people that we tend to get in chat sometimes, and you know, fuck, I can't get Belgrade. Okay, but look, Romania are allies. I'm close. I'm close.
In this area, we could potentially cross the Dnieper
But yeah,
River
I'm not really buying into the whole
before.
conspiracy
So we'll see
thing.
how it goes with this direction.
Reminds me of
till this weekend,
very strongly
we'll
anti-Semitic
know
people.
for sure. Right, more about the Russian defense lines. Again, according to Prigozhin, Russia is in lack of the infantry. They need at least 50% more of the
what do you mean by pro-UN?
to protect this area successfully. But
the fact that like their countries participate in United Nations, do you think that is pro-UN? What do you think it means to be pro-United Nations? I'm pretty sure Zelensky is quite anti-United Nations in its current form. But the conspiracy is the part where you're saying that it's one big club that the common people are not part of. That is the conspiracy, not the idea that they are pro-UN. Pro-UN is just like a very broad term that I'm not really sure. Like, how are you measuring it? NATO can take care of it. Thank you, NATO. You're my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Yeah, come on. We actually have to leave.
Again,
Holy
the
shit.
Russian military command is in lack of the competence. They give
I
to
actually
Putin
have
very
to go.
strange figures of destroyed Ukrainian vehicles. According to Putin's remarks, Ukraine lost more than 200 tanks and more than 800 armored vehicles since the beginning of...
Wait, wasn't it 400? No, it was 400 aircraft. Okay.
counterattack on
Based.
the south. So he says that Ukraine is losing at least 50 tanks per day, which is obviously
Heartbreaking.
a complete nonsense. But Putin believes in the figures he was given by his circle, by the Russian Defense Ministry. Putin thinks that he is so competent about those numbers that he continues to say that bullshit again and again towards his propaganda media. But even the Russian military bloggers understand that it is complete nonsense. And everybody actually understands that Putin
How
is
the fuck,
not
why?
ruling the situation. As
What's
I said
this?
to you in one of my videos, he is completely lost.
What's that? What's there? Why is this so heavily fortified? Like all around? A lot of good standing up for his nation against the US and US Cuba Ukraine. No, bullshit. Yeah, you understand nothing. You're just literally spewing shit out of your mouth. That's it. Setting up for his nation against the US. What? How?
Maybe Shoigu, but based on the information we obtained and based
What
on
do
the
you mean
Ukrainian
by that?
movement in this area, because we're taking the ground, it seems like Shoigu is not ready to cope with the Ukrainian counteroffensive. The success of Ukrainian army, if it will be, well, I believe that it's gonna be, I believe in Ukrainian armed forces, well, it is not only profitable for Ukraine, but also for Prigozhin, because he withdrew his Wagner army from Bakhmut. They are not fighting right now. They announced that they will recruit more soldiers, more volunteers. At the same time, the Russian regular army has tremendous losses, and in case of the successful Ukrainian counterattack, Prigozhin will be probably the only capable force to deal on Ukrainian front lines. But in that case, will he go to Ukraine or Moscow? Because as we understand, the main ambition of Prigozhin is to take the power in Russia. Otherwise, there would be no any conflicts between him and Ahmad, him and the regular Russian army, him and Putin. About the other areas of the front lines,
there's some
there
news?
were no any updates for today. So now let's go for the news. Let me show you the update from the British intelligence.
Do you think Putin stood up for his nation against the US by being against values like LGBTQ and gender ideologies? Is that what you think standing up for your nation means? Do you think his way of defending Russians from the USA was banning LGBT?
Russia started to build the new trenches on the border with Crimea, as I told you before. So they're digging to the ground. Those lines could be very robust. As you can see, even though Russian army has some ammunition deficit, the deficit in their soldiers, in infantry and weaponry, They are not running this time, but we make them run for sure. Just during the recent 10...
How stupid is that opinion, though? If a nation valued tradition so much, do you not think the nation would just by itself choose to follow traditional values rather than having to be pushed into it? Like if your nation, if you must ban LGBT from your nation in order to get people to not be LGBT, do you not think what you're doing is relatively negative? And also maybe that your nation isn't as traditional as you believed it to be. Are you not trying to push it into something? How is that defending your nation if you're forbidding them from living freely? Like, what are you talking about? How is that defending them? What are you defending? By what logic?
Days, Russia lost at least 6 of the K-52 attack helicopters. That is why they switched to the
Torturing,
old-school
raping, marauding, and
Mi-24
killing,
helicopter
heck yeah.
type, and one of those was hit by Ukrainian manpad on the southern front lines. This helicopter also has the anti-tank air-to-ground missiles. You can spot them under the
If you must ban the unchristian ways of living from your nation in order for your nation to remain Christian and traditional, do you not think that maybe the people just aren't that interested in living just purely traditional lives? Like what? Because we're talking about him banning it, my dude. This is not a situation where like a nation is just culturally so traditional that they refuse to be LGBT, but like, you know, if you wanted to, you could, but you don't want to because you're traditional. No. You're just fucking stupid. Fair enough.
However, the aiming equipment for Mi-24 is nothing compared to K-52. K-52 is way much better, but still was shot down many times by Ukrainian manpads. This is how Kakhovka water reservoir looks like.
There's something
today.
beautiful about like every single time we get someone either like supporting Russians or being, you know, both sizing the situation. They turn out to be imbeciles.
It's very narrow nowadays. President Zelensky today in his interview to BBC admitted
Reason and logic.
that it's not easy for Ukrainian army to move ahead because Russia mined 200,000
There is no God, there is a God.
of Ukrainian
I
soil
fucked him in the ass.
of the mines.
Took
He
the
admitted
position.
that there is the pressure on Ukraine from our allies, but with all of the respect, Ukraine will move forward as it thinks will be the best. So now probably the best variant is to move forward, but little by little to have as less casualties as possible. The counteroffensive goes slower than we wanted. Some people think that it's some sort of the Hollywood movie and they want results right now, but it's not as it should be. They're the lives of people on this base, so we need to secure.
This is also what we
soldiers
talked about.
first. Our intelligence chief Budanov said that he did not expect a nuclear attack from the Russian side.
He
on
used
Ukraine
the
by
old
using the
image of
tactical
him
nukes
when he
or
still had
strategic
hair.
types of the nukes. However, as we
May I
discussed
just
with
point
you
it
in our
out?
previous video, Russia mined the nuclear power plant of Zaporizhia, so there's the huge risk. According to the Oryx resource that analyzes the videos and photos which are coming from the front lines, and that is how they make the list of the losses. Still, according to their statistic, Russia loses more vehicles being in defense rather than Ukraine being in offense. It is outstanding because usually the offending side loses 3 times more life force and vehicles. Here we can see the losses from Ukrainian side. Unfortunately, it's been confirmed that we lost Leopard 2A6, but just one. The rest were evacuated from the front lines and they are now on maintenance. So 47 vehicles for Ukraine and 60 for Russia, including helicopter. According to political resource, our allies are planning to open the training hub for F-16 type rating for Ukrainian soldiers, which will be located in Romania. It is very convenient because Romania is bordering Ukraine and probably there should be also the maintenance facilities to support Ukrainian F-16s. I'm 100% sure that we can obtain those airplanes in the best scenario till the end of this year, in the worst scenario at the beginning of the next year. The American congressmen from both of the parties approved the resolution 488 that calls the White House to supply the ATACMS rockets for Ukrainian army. The head of the committee, Congressman Republican Michael McCall, I hope I spelled the name correctly, said that ATACMS rockets are crucial for Ukrainian counteroffensive success. Well, for now, the representatives voted for that, and this document should go for Senate for the general voting, and after it will go to the White House. The European Union applied the new sanctions package, and based on that one, they will cut supplies of the Russian oil from the north branch of the Russian Druzhba pipeline that goes from Russia, Belarus, Poland, and to Germany. The link on the south doesn't work for now because there were some of the explosions. So basically, the European Union just cuts the Russian oil.
Bratislava.
Plus, the Russian trucks, lorries are unable now to go to European Union countries. Also, we'll have the new support package of 3.5 billion euros that will go for security and defense of Ukraine. It is awesome. Latvia is planning to send all of its helicopters to Ukraine. Basically, everything they have. Latvia is the small country, but still they have some of the Mi-8 helicopters and probably Mi-24. Who knows?
He doesn't say how many.
All of that stuff to us. It's great. Based on the videos which are coming from the front lines, the Ukrainian army moves.
He doesn't say how many because I've seen this quoted so many times. Like Latvia is going to send all of its helicopters to Ukraine, and then people are like, how many helicopters does Latvia have? And no one really answers. No one really like posted the exact answer. I don't know how many they have. They already like gave some to Ukraine, right? How many do they have left?
Forward, our forces attack the Russian positions further away from the front lines here, for example, in Priutna village. It means that the Ukrainian army is very close to that area, and little by little we are moving forward, demolishing the Russian armored vehicles, as here on the video. My friends, now press the like to this video.
Nice, fair, that was it. I have to leave. I have to go. Let me see who is live so we can see if we're gonna raid someone, and then I have to go. I'm having to wake up early in the morning. I'm doing my work in the morning shift again. Hey, Thompson is live. We're gonna go raid Thompson. Stream tomorrow, same time.
Fucking hat. Fucking
shut
hat.
up, Thompson. Okay. Stream tomorrow, same time. And I'm hoping, by the way, let me just type this into this. Okay, fair. Did I do this properly? I guess I did. Nice. Next week, I may be able to actually have some streams at like a proper time, at proper morning time. So I'm very, very hyped about that because I miss the morning time slot. The morning time slot was so much better for me. Right now, I'm kind of like having to wake up early, and then I have to go to work. Did I not put the rate here properly? Like I have to wake up and then I go to work and then I'm here in the evening and it feels interesting. I don't know, my man. I wish I had a different time setup. So I'll see how it goes next week. But for at least like 2 days, I think I actually have to be. He's watching the same video I watched. He stole the video from me. For at least 2 days next week, I have to be working morning shift. So we will see how it goes. And I'm actually probably going to be volunteering on next Friday. So we will see about the stream time then. We'll have to see. Because I gotta go to... I'm doing another like volunteering thing with the local... I don't even know what it is. It's like European Union planning thing. I'm trying to infiltrate the community in order to be able to work on democratization of society projects, because I'm shooting for those. But in order to be able to work on European Union projects, you need to have some sort of a relationship to get inside the business. So right now, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get close to people. So I'll have to update you for it. But of course, like normal stream tomorrow at same time. So we will see how that goes. I'm also planning to start it sooner, but we will see how it goes. And I guess that's it. I think that's it. Marxism. I have never cared too much about these. I don't know too much. I can't even debunk them because like I haven't given a lot of shits, to be honest. I read theory and that's it. By the way, raid in 3 seconds. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your day.